What is going on, Head2Head Nation? Welcome in. We are in for a treat, as you guys just saw. Man, that first Walleye League event was incredible. We're here, number 2. Little different scenery. We've taken it down the road a little ways to the Winnebago chain. Smaller fish, more than likely, than what we saw in that first one, but still some intense matchups. Should be plenty of fish catches. Got some little different weather coming in. We've had a lot of change since that first event. I think we're in for a really good one today, Nick.
Welcome back for another Wild Walleye Wednesday. I think Winnebago, we had a chance to see some really good fish catching today. We have some 2 days of really hot weather that we just had, and it's shaping up northeast wind. Hopefully it doesn't get too crazy. And these guys will put some fish in the boat.
Absolutely. We'll take a look at those matchups. We have some playoff caliber matchups here today. For sure, starting it off, we have Darlene and Barry Ochoa versus, oh no, that was from last week. Yeah, I mean, you look at the weights from the first event, that was pretty incredible. But we got Darlene and Barry Ochoa against the Moots. This is going to be a very interesting matchup. Both of these teams started their season with a loss. Barry Ochoa and Darlene were in the driver's seat of their match for the majority of the time, and then the defending
three
champs,
periods, right?
Yeah,
yes, they led for 3 periods. Katowski's just went on a heater in that 4th period and pulled away with it. That was probably one of the highlights. Obviously, we have the McCoy Lobs and
Miller Solberg, man.
Solberg coming up.
That's absolutely a championship type match when you look at it. Those are 2 of the best doing it right now. We'll see. You kind of give the edge to Miller and Solberg given their past head-to-head experience, but looking at what McCoy and Labs did in that first event, like, they're going to be in contention, and this is going to be a great match.
I would never count McCoy and Lobs out on anything. I mean, I know the bays there, that's their home water where they're more comfortable, but like I said, Eric's a good fisherman. He's going to be dialed on something here. It's Winnebago. I'm a little worried about that time period, you know. It's not quite to that point where it starts stabilizing. Right. We're still in that post-spawn transition. The fish can still kind of be in a funk where you get them in one spot one day and then they're moved a little bit. So we'll see. Yeah. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we start seeing where these guys start out today. I think everything's going to play. We're probably going to see people in the upper lakes. We're going to see people in the river, and we're going to see people on the rocks on Winnebago. Yeah,
that's a good point. We got the entire system in play here, from Fond du Lac all the way up to Shawano. If you wanted to get way up the Wolf River, it's all in play here today. So our anglers have every opportunity to spread all across this massive fishery, and we're going to see some dynamic stuff here. There's definitely going to be some casting, some trolling, some jigging, some current fishing, some rock fishing. This event has it all.
Yeah, we'll definitely see some people in the river, probably 41 Bridge, mouth of the river in Oshkosh, and they're going to be pulling 3-ways, streamer flies, pulling some flies in the current, and maybe pulling a little bit of live bait and maybe some jigging too as well. But definitely we're going to see people hitting those rocks. It's just that time of year, May, where these fish start setting up on the rocks on Winnebago. Yep. And we'll probably see some of that. And then there's definitely some fish in the upper lakes.
Absolutely.
I mean, you really can go in any direction with this tournament. It's just going to be a matter of which fish are going to fire the best based on this weather pattern.
Right. We also today have Okada versus Kloss and Ackley. Both those teams started their season with a loss. I don't think either team expected to start their season with a loss. There we go. You see, it's the 8 and 9 seed, and that's probably the craziest thing that we're looking at right now. We kind of expected McCoy and Lobs and Miller and Solberg to come out with a hot start. That first event really suited their style, but to see Joe sitting at 0-1 and Kloss and Ackley sitting at 0-1, those are 2 of the best teams that we have in this field without a doubt. Not to slight anyone else, but those guys have some crazy good experience on both Bago and the Bay. One of them's going to exit this event 0-2, and the other one's going to get their season back on the right track.
Yeah, they're going to be sweating it today based on, you know, you don't want to be digging a hole too early in the season. Right. And 0-2, you can still dig your way out of it, but they're going to be out there giving her today for sure.
Absolutely. And then we got Mitch Dawn and Kurt Yoder versus the brothers Katowski, the defending champs. This is going to be a great match as well. Mitch and Kurt kind of looked like they were out for blood in that first event. They had blood in the water for sure. And the Katowskis, with that giant 4th quarter comeback, this has got all the makings for a great matchup too.
Yeah, I mean, you never know what's going to happen with the Katowskis. They fish really hard. They work good together. They know the format so well. Obviously, last year they struggled quite a bit on this system, so it'll be interesting to see what they got cooking for today. Mitch and Kurt Yoder, on the other hand, those guys spend a lot of time on this body of water.
Absolutely. This is one that they had
They're kind of the
circled.
one that I penciled in the back of my head for a dark horse today, that they could put up some really good weight.
Absolutely. We talked about it on the sports couch, man. If Mitch and Kurt can get out of this first 2 events 2-0, they're certainly in the conversation for number 1 seed.
Yeah, they're going to be looking really good if they can come out of this with a win.
And then you look down there, Sean and Riley Grahams versus Alec Nickel and Damon Golke. This is another great matchup here. You saw Sean and Riley get that win in the first event against the Mootses. Kind of a tougher event for them, only putting up 16 pounds, but they're sitting at 1-0. If they can keep this winning going, that season total weight doesn't matter at all. We saw it last year with Keller and Eaton, where they were just easing out wins. There was no firework event, but they were getting wins, and it carried them almost all the way through the end of the season as the number 1 seed. Look at Damon and Alec, and it's like, man, that first event, they really wanted to knock off Ted and Cody. They had every opportunity. It just kind of died on them in the end of the day, and it was unfortunate for them, but I guarantee you those guys are fishing with a chip on their shoulder today.
Those two are really going to be gunning hard for a win today. If you even exist on social media, see that Alec Nickel, that dude is out there hammering.
All the time.
All the time. He puts an insane amount of time in on the water. So I'm kind of excited to see what he does today. That's, if I can think of all these guys and their styles and what they want to do, that's one person that I know he fishes a ton. I don't know him really well, and I'm really interested to see how he attacks this today.
Absolutely.
Myself.
We'll take a look at those Sportimotive current weather and water conditions right now. We have some interesting stuff going on the system. 52 degrees. We had that crazy 80-degree warm day yesterday. I don't know, 8 miles an hour, I guess maybe, but man, when you're standing outside, it's definitely gusting higher than that. Water clarity clear, water temperature jumped up to 60 degrees already. So this is absolutely suiting up to be a great event. We're going to have not nearly the high that we saw yesterday, but mostly sunny skies, warming up those shallow areas. Bago is known to have kind of that darker water, which warms up a little faster. The conditions are certainly set up right as long as that northeast blow doesn't.
That's the big X factor.
Right.
When I looked at the forecast coming into this event, we have so many things going for us. Like you said, two really nice days in a row that warmed up this water. So we had that huge bump in water temp, and that's always good. The northeast wind can be really good for that Winnebago rock bite, but we saw gusts of 25 potentially. As long as it stays in that like 10 to 15 range, that would be ideal.
Right.
I think that'd be perfect. But if it starts getting into that 20 to 25, it starts getting a little bit hard to handle and hard to, just fish under good control.
Absolutely.
So we'll see what happens. Right now, looking at some of these cameras, it doesn't look like it's too bad yet.
No.
So we'll see how it goes.
No, we will. We're looking forward to it. It's going to be a great event. You guys stick with us for the next 4 hours, and you're going to see some great walleye catching action, some intense competition. We will take you guys straight out to the water right now for some pre-lines and jitters. Get a feeling for how our anglers are feeling this morning.
It's not going to get any nicer. You guys went back out and started back there.
Good job.
Those look like the right ones laying down there. They look longer. As long as they're not kitties. High potential for that. Do you want us to do a morning talk? Or I will if you guys want me to. We can. Doesn't matter to me.
Good till 8. It's 14 till 8 o'clock. 17 by 9.
No, I don't have an iPhone. Mine has seen better days. It does lock up on me though, like that. Like it's got a certain lock screen. If you leave the screen on too long, it goes to a certain lock screen, and then you got to like press it and hold it, and then slide it and hold it, and then it'll unlock, and it never wants to. But mine's seen better days. It's got.
You got your Walleye pulled up?
Yeah.
It's ready to go?
Yeah. 1, 1, 2, 3.
You'd think with as good as these guys are with forward-facing sonar that they'd be able to figure out an iPhone.
Huh. Oh, that ain't cool. I got to hold the remote in this hand. I don't want to do that. Where can I do that at?
These two got to be riding high after that first event comeback, man. That was really impressive. If they could have stayed on that pace that they found in the fourth quarter, you're talking about almost 200 pounds on the day.
Yeah,
Come on, man. I only got
they
one
made
hook on one
that
side.
decision to stay in that river to start. Just, I think, knowing that it was going to be an afternoon
That's
bite,
gonna be uncomfortable.
I think they kind of figured that that river would be a little bit more stable for the first part of the
Just
morning.
steer.
It was a good call, and you know it worked out for them. It made them look.
Put it on the other side.
Yeah,
No
absolutely.
hooks.
Would those fish have been
there's
out
one
there
way up
earlier?
here, though.
Maybe, but
not
either way, it worked out for them.
Right,
They got the
yeah.
job done
What's that?
by
You got one up there?
plenty to spare.
That might be easier.
Yeah, you can. It's tough to question their decision making
Oh.
when it ended up working out
Way
the way
better.
that it did. That impressive season total weight, and these
Morning.
guys are absolutely. You know they're going to be in the conversation come the end of the year, just like they were last year.
You know, one good lesson from that is just the fact that having fished last year, they really have a feel for, you know, how much time they have,
Right.
what kind of pace they're
want me
on.
to
I
pinch
talked
any of that
about pace and rate a lot last year, and you got to think about
Yeah, extremely important.
how fast can you catch them,
Rough days.
how far,
You
you
gotta
know, how
stay
far of a hole
limber.
can you be in and still have time
Is
to
that
dig out of it when you get on the right
rule
bite.
8
Right.
or something like that? Limber up.
Looks like some of the guys on Winnebago are in a
Rule
just a
number
nice
one,
walleye
cardio.
chop. It's not obnoxious yet. at all.
Right.
That's
just
just what
gotta
I
be
was
faster
worried
than the
about. Seeing that
slowest
15 to 25.
Yeah.
That can really get obnoxious out there.
Absolutely.
Oh, my back is like really screaming today. This is gonna be a long day. But you know, we're standing on deck it, so it's gonna make it better.
Yeah, don't forget Beckett.
Deck it or all out marine. My last name.
Now, something important to note
Whole
coming into
crawler.
this season. The Katowskis are
Pinch that
looking to
bad
right the
boy
ship
off,
after
like,
last
an
year.
inch and a
They
half
were
below the hook.
handily in the driver's seat of that
Jeez.
#1 seed when we came into the Bago stretch and over on Lake Winnebago.
Yeah, they had a tough time, and it just seemed like nothing would go right for them.
Right.
A lot of it is that if you haven't spent a ton of time on Bago, you have to be a step ahead of the fish. It's hard to just go to the same spots day after day and keep catching them.
Absolutely.
So it's like you have them wired, but you don't. You never really have them wired on Bago.
Right.
You know, you have to fish the conditions. It's
Yep.
definitely one of those lakes where you got to go out there, look at the conditions, and then just go fish. Can't really script your day. I mean, you shouldn't script your day tournament fishing, period,
Right.
but you really can't script your day on
Yeah,
Winnebago.
you really, yeah.
You know, I mean, even as a
Fly
bass
by the seat of
fisherman,
your pants,
you know what I
absolutely.
mean. You know, it's
If you draw it up the night before and you try and execute that plan exactly how you thought it up before you went to bed before the tournament, you are in for a hurting 90% of the time. Very rarely can you just put the plan in place. And I guess this goes for just about everywhere tournament fishing.
Yeah, I've been there.
I've done it. You
Yeah,
have to be
definitely.
willing
See
to
me,
think
but
on
I've
the
been
fly.
Fish back to back up there.
When it's parked in his garage, he'll do it
Yeah.
and just spin it in a circle.
if this wind has
Yeah,
enough
for sure.
north
Just
to
back
it,
to back.
it shouldn't shut
Actually,
down
front
the
to
river
front.
current. The river
Front to
should
front.
stay good.
He
Definitely
cast that
going
way.
to
I
see
cast
some
that way.
people on the mouth, and I would assume out by 41 Bridge too.
Right. Aha, some slip bobbers for Mitchell and Kurt, it looks like. Boys are counting down, getting in position.
9, 8.
Ready to fire.
Oh, and we're lines in. Walleye League event number 2 is underway.
I might be on bottom there.
Too heavy for that one? Oh, you're all right.
The number 3 seed, Nick and Andrew Katowski, versus the number 4 seed, Mitch Dawn and Kurt Yoder.
See how it's swirling?
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Mitch and Kurt
coming
started
back
out
this
on
way.
Winnebago.
Yep.
Spot locked on a rock pile. Putting a little live bait out there. Water temps bumped up to what we were hearing, 60 degrees. Man, that happened fast.
Yeah, it sure did.
You know, a couple of those days like we just had, and boom, that water's right up to 60 already.
Right.
Oh, this is gonna be tough.
Assuming, given the direction of the wind, these guys are further south on the lake. Lot of good stuff down between that Black Wolf area all the way down to Fond du Lac. Lot of habitat. A lot of water to cover in 4 hours, but a lot of habitat.
One thing that's nice for the head-to-head format about fishing down in that area is you have a lot of areas that you can bounce that are relatively close together.
Right.
So if it does get rowdy out there, you're not killing too much time running the boat around.
Lot of options.
Keep any of those coffee grounds in there?
Any what?
Coffee grounds in there?
They're in there.
Oops.
You're good.
It'll come back this way.
Taking a look at the fan poll, social media fan poll, trying to get an idea of what the fans are thinking. Darlene and Barry Ochoa are favored heavily over the Mootses, 87%. This was an interesting one. McCoy and Lobs favored 60% to 40% over Ted and Cody. The Okada and Kloss matchup is entirely a toss-up. We have 49.4 for Joe Okada and 50.6 for Kloss and Ackley. That's, looking at it
About
on
as tight as
paper,
you're gonna get, yeah.
that's probably the tightest matchup we have if you were just going statistically wise. This one, the Katowskis are favored, 59.7 to 40.3. And Nickel and Golke are favored over the Graham, 67.6%. So gives you a little idea how everyone's thinking this deal will go. I made some bold predictions on the Sports Couch pre-show yesterday, and I'm not sure how great I feel about them after sleeping on them, but
Yeah, there's some stuff here I think that's going to come out today about who's more comfortable on this system.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, obviously, like we're watching Kurt and Mitch right now. These guys, you know, they're good live scopers, but yet when the rock bite is on, you don't need to fish for a live scope. Essentially, you're looking at that sweet spot where the wind's hitting those reefs, and if that water temp bumps up and those fish are on the feed, they're just going to be there. So it's basically spot locking, hitting those sweet spots, move the boat, just keep making adjustments like that.
Yep.
And looks like they're presenting mostly jig and a crawler, and I think they each have a slip bobber potentially.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me, is
Just
they
laying
got
on the side of the boat there.
Both have slip bobber rods, and then they're both jigging.
And then this is one of those things where you're going to know fast. I mean, you can't sit and linger. 10, 15
Yeah, they'll let you know.
Is a long time already, you know, like if this one isn't the one, you're going to have to move to a different pile.
Right. Is that probably the biggest mistake that you see guys on Bago making, is camping on one place too long because there was fish there pre-fishing? Committing too much to one particular
I think
spot?
Yeah, you can't fall in love with those spots out here. It's just, it's so day to day where it's like, man, I crushed them on that one yesterday, but you know, they were on a,
Right.
you know, they're on a different one. I mean, they may have slid one hump down. It's just hard to say. Those fish are roaming around looking for food, probably eating a lot of those like log perch, you know, the trout perch.
Yep.
And grounders, whatever you want to call them. There's just a lot of those in the system right now. What also happens with that is that those things are very tightly bottom related, so it can be really tough to live scope. So that's why this, you know, fishing like these guys are can be more effective.
Right.
Because if you think about those sweet spots and making a drift past, live scoping past it, it's just hard to pick those fish out of the rocks on the transition because they're so tight to bottom, and there's a drum and everything else in there. So sometimes it's, rather than look, you know, I mean, if you're really dialed on it, that's one thing, but here we are with Katowski's.
Over to the
fish on.
Katowski's hooked up.
Looks like they're doing a little pulling. Scoop.
There's a walleye.
On the board.
Wow.
That didn't take too long.
No, and this might be the first time in a Bago
going
event
in the
ever
rod
that the
holder,
first
easy.
fish catch we see is a target species. Typically, it takes these guys a couple drum to find a walleye.
Yeah, this time of the year in that river,
Oh,
it's
that's a pound. You're going to see a party.
full of white bass, drum, walleye, and you know, this system I've been hearing a lot of people talk too is without the trawlers running, the sheephead population has just been insane.
Just booming.
So, especially if you're pulling bait right now, you know, you're going to deal with a lot of drum. But
Right.
well, they got one. Looks like a pretty decent fish.
Yeah,
too.
I'm gonna say it's over a pound. You heard Nick say that if it's over a pound, he's gonna have a party.
Baby.
That one's for sure going to count.
And
Smiling?
drum roll, please.
Yeah? 1-1.
1-1.
I'm actually surprised it was that close. It looked
Yeah.
a little bit better than that when he
1-1.
scooped
Did.
it.
Well, when he holds it like that, I guess.
Now it looks. He scooped it with pretty good vigor. there. I mean, he just smoked that thing. Those guys are so excited. This place has not been good
No,
to them.
it
So
has had their number.
hard not to root for them a little bit too. You know, I mean, I come in here, I root for all these guys. I just
1-1,
love seeing the
Andrew.
fish catches.
Yeah.
These guys,
1.
you see, I had a bottom bouncer on there, so running one in the hand and then running an extra bottom bouncer with some bait on.
Yep.
Nice, easy way to fish in the mouth of the river. Definitely. With that northeast wind, you have a little bit of protection in
Right.
there. Kind of pick that apart all day today. See what they can come up with.
Golf that.
Yeah, and you look at our field, especially,
Oh,
you know, some of the guys like
rod's
Eric
buckled over.
and Steve and Cody and Ted, like very much more would
fly rod
consider
down when
themselves Bay guys. And that's the reason why we mix in 3 Winnebago events throughout the year. A lot of people look at the Bay events as these are the ones that are going to count. These are the ones that really matter. And sure, I guess there's some validity to that. But looking at a 7-week season, if you drop 3 of them on Bago and you put all of your eggs in the Bay basket, you have to go undefeated on the Bay. And there's a chance that if things don't go your way with tiebreakers, even at 4 and 3, like you might be on the wrong side of the playoffs if you
definitely.
can't have those big
Just a
days on the
single-
bay.
Yeah,
nothing
you
special.
definitely have to figure this place out.
2-ounce bouncer, about a 3.5, 4 foot lead.
Nobody wants to go through Winnebago 0-3.
No.
Just sitting there twirling. We're keeping it simple. Right? Straddling it? I love it. Yeah.
You can tell they're fired up with that 1-1.
Absolutely they are.
I would be too.
Again?
It's nice to get one in the boat. It's nice too, you can bouncer and slow death
Little
hook and just let them hang themselves.
That's right.
Stink, baby.
Hey, hey. Over to
It's a
Alec
bass.
Nickel, Damon Golke.
Whoa. It's a bass.
Smalley.
Okay. All right, well, I brought my smallmouth baits down to Winnebago, so
Oh, why'd you do
I
that?
got a 2-minute penalty.
got a 2-minute penalty.
Yeah, I just tossed it over. Reeling the rods.
Go sit in the corner.
Go
All right.
sit in the corner.
Do you have to start that, or do we?
This is when it happens too. Not on the bay when you catch
We
the
don't have
big
to do a
ones.
timer.
You're
We just
thinking
watch the
about
live scope. just
strong
pull 'em out.
releases. It's on Winnebago
Totally
when you
forgot.
get
That's
them.
They always do it.
Yeah.
We do it
Alright.
with the sheephead. We watch some of those
7:07, literally on the
events.
dot.
Boom,
so we
boom,
got
boom,
till
like 3
7.
people right in a row.
Literally,
0-0.
almost every team on the water had to take a
Okay.
timeout in the first 15 minutes.
So we got to come up with a game plan while we're sitting here, because now we have nothing else to do. How long should we give this exact spot? If they're not biting on this reef, I'd say we only check one more, and if they're not biting on that, then we know.
What are we seeing?
I mean, I'm seeing fish moving around back there. I guess it just mostly, you know, we could give it a few more minutes and move back one more time, push on the reef a little more. That's what I was thinking, push on the reef a little more, try it for a little longer. Maybe in total give this reef 30 minutes, and if they don't bite, then say, I guess, leave them.
A little time management.
Absolutely, guys talking strategy. Can't be fishing, can't be moving the boat, but you can absolutely be talking strategy when you are on the penalty. Heading over to the other side of this matchup, looks like Grams and Grams are in a pretty popular area at the mouth of the river. Good spot to be.
Hopefully it's a good day. Dragging jigs right now. Yeah, see what happens. So. How's it going, Riley? Anything?
Huh?
Nothing going yet?
No.
They are just carpet bombing.
Yeah, absolutely. You see that more on Bago than you do on the bay too. People really utilizing all the lines that they can because
Right.
these. I mean,
We've seen it before too, where that can be.
Be lucky if we don't
trouble.
lose a pole
Like,
over the boat.
absolutely.
Get a fish on,
good
rod
thing.
gets snagged.
You're biting.
You'd be surprised how fast that is. In the water and gone. It's a good tactic though. I mean, you definitely have that mix in the river this time of year where you'll have people dragging jigs or you'll have people pulling the 3-ways. Or in that case, you know, bouncers, pretty
Right.
much the same thing. But you'll see often that one of those techniques will shine over the other. A lot of times, it's wise to make a pull and then drift back. You
Right.
see guys pull up, drift back until they figure out which one is kind of shining a little bit above the other
Yep.
technique, and then go from there.
Heading over to Joe Okada, hooked up.
I was gonna
No.
say that rod's
Yeah.
jumping a little bit too much.
Blow the gunnel, Joe.
See if we can. Yep.
There you go.
I think there'll be plenty of those today.
Little bit of action, a little bit of non-target species, kind of.
You knew it was coming on Bago.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely going to see some catfish and some sheephead and
Plenty
some
of it.
white bass and some bass. That's just the kind of system this place is. Looks like Joe's pitching some rocks. Everybody's just kind of starting to get their feel for what's going on, and we're going to be stepping over to Tyler. Okay. Okay. Joe's definitely live scoping, and hard to really say where he's at right now. I think he's up on the upper legs. All right, we're going to step away from the fishing action for a second. We're going to take you over to Tyler to talk a little bit about some TRS live shopping.
Welcome in, everyone, to the TRS live shopping takeover of the Masterminds podcast studio. Starting it off with a really good deal. You're seeing these guys doing a lot of bottom fishing, jigging. Got a great option for you here, the VMC Twitch and Jig. This is an interesting kind of combination of a bait jig and a hair jig. Got some skirt material in there, got some marabou in there. Very interesting looking jig. Retail on them, $649. The deal today, $611. Or $311, that is. Over half off on the VMC Twitch and Jig. Head over to therealshot.com. You can cash in on these deals. You can do in-store pickup. You can come see us in store. You can do a straight up online order if you're out of town. Head over to trs.com and head over to that staff picks tab. Click on the Real Deals tab, and that is where you will find the VMC Twitch and Jig for over 50% off. $311. Best price you're going to find on these, I'll bet you that. And stay tuned. Every hour on the hour, we're going to come in here. We're going to give you a great deal on some great products, and you guys will have the opportunity to support the company that supports Head2Head the most, and that is The Real Shot. So we appreciate you guys sticking in. We won't steal too much time from you, and we will head back out on the water. Thank you.
Nope. Joe just got bit right at the boat. And
Really?
Flipped that thing in. I couldn't even tell if it was target species. It was kind of hidden behind him, and he just set the hook and reeled a couple times and flipped it right into his lap.
Looked like it might be a pound.
Going to be right there, just a touch short. Seems like he's live scoping on the upper lakes.
Yep.
Somewhere just based on the wind being down. It's really hard for us to tell exactly where he's at, but definitely live scoping.
Up shallow, too. A lot of guys think of that forward-facing being a totally offshore, deep-water deal, but the more we play with it, the more we realize
Just
you
another
can use
couple
that
ounces
stuff.
more and we'll be okay, but at least there's some walleyes around here.
Yeah, maybe sometime as this year goes on, we'll get a little bit of, get to look into these guys' boats a little bit more on their setup. But a lot of guys, as you know, like in the shallow water to use the double, having one in perspective and one in forward.
Yeah.
It really helps track which direction those fish are going, and you can it really shines in the shallow water though, for sure, especially if it's a clean bottom.
Absolutely. Yeah, and you can pick those fish out better. A lot of times when you're in the shallow water, like we talked about in the first event, they just kind of look like an ant crawling on the bottom, just a little bump up off the bottom. With that perspective mode, you can clearly see the outline of the fish. You can tell the direction that it's swimming, and it at least gives you the confidence that it is.
Coming down, pulled my boat out of the garage and I had a flat tire. I'm like, what the heck? Pull it out all the way out. I'm like, well, let's swap it out, put the spare on, we'll be good. Yeah. Jacked it up. I think we couldn't get the tire off because my lug nut or my wrench was too big around for the hole going into the tire on the
You gotta
aluminum.
have one of those
So I had to run to
narrow-
Menards, get it, you know,
Yeah.
6 o'clock when they open and get a, whatever. Got it changed, took off. Jokingly, we passed some guy like by Appleton on the highway with a flat tire. We're like, oh, that would suck if we had another flat tire, right? Because I don't have a spare anymore. Coming through, coming down. We didn't even. I think we were between, you know, whatever, between whatever, coming over the road highway somewhere up there. All of a sudden, we're like, what was that? Look in the mirror. There's rubber flying everywhere. Oh, come on, really?
You know that guy Murphy? He's a jerk.
Pull over. I called Gary. I'm like, hey, where'd you launch? He goes, at Rainbow. I said, I'm going to steal your spare tire. Okay. I unhooked the boat and left Paul on the highway
Sitting with your boat.
with the cooler of water. I left him with a cooler of water. It's like leaving your dog with the air conditioning running in the car.
That's right. Same thing.
All right.
Much better.
Good here. Let me spin around. Ah.
You can limp a little ways with one down.
You can.
I've done it.
Absolutely.
It's not pretty, but
Yeah.
Anytime.
uh-oh.
Mitchell's hooked
There
up.
we go. I think these guys were just about thinking about leaving.
Yeah, it sure did sound that way.
What do we got? Target
Dink.
little one. 13.
That's the smallest one, huh?
Most one I've seen.
Weak. I hate to be talking about 0-0 ties, but we did see it last year. So weighing your biggest dink does matter. That is counted in our system. That's one of the first tiebreakers. If we are stuck at a 1-1 tie, a 0-0 tie, a
Like Winnebago
100
Giant
tie, the biggest dink is going to be that first tiebreaker, and any fish under a pound is considered a dink. So that 14-ouncer that we just saw Joe Okada catch is actually fairly important, especially to
11?
put into weigh live.
We'll go 10 ounces. It's not locking. Good with 10? Okay.
10 ounces on that one.
Little feller.
That is a Winnebago Giant.
Come to Lake
That's a
Winnebago
little
for.
feller.
All you gotta do is talk about moving them. They give you.
Yeah, we don't need any more of those.
Yeah. Nothing under 11 now, right?
10 ounces.
10? Okay.
Yeah. They have a 1 pounder.
They what?
They have a 1 pounder.
Both these teams, Mitchell and Kurt and Andrew and Nick, cooler than the other side of the pillow. Neither one of them get real razzled getting down in a match. Clearly, we saw that in the first event. These guys, on their second season of head-to-head, they know how this format works. They know how quickly things can change.
I think this will be one of our good matchups today.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, it's hard to pick. You know, from a fan standpoint, you know, you see
Oh, we
everyone's
left all those
excited
things up
about
north.
what McCoy and Labs put up last
Right.
week. And obviously Ted and Cody have proven themselves on this circuit, both Bago and Green Bay, knowing what's going on. So that's a high-profile match, but I think this is a pretty high-profile match, too.
Absolutely.
Mitch and Kurt both very comfortable on this body of water.
For sure.
With this current, I think we need to get in front of that shelf. You know what I mean?
You mean on top?
In front of, because it's coming like that.
You're going for the heart then.
I think we can go on top first, but
You hear Mitch talking about how the current's rolling around the structure. those fish will position. Sometimes they're up on the transition edge, and sometimes they're up on the top. And once they figure that out, they should be able to put some fish in the boat pretty quick.
Absolutely.
Johnny.
Uh-oh.
Somebody's hooked up. There we go.
Looks like Brody Barry Ochoa.
Right kind, right kind. You're over here. Under there.
Where the net? That is the right flavor. Heck yeah.
I was starting to worry about where that.
I know.
Where is the net? They got it done. Good job, guys. Good job.
That one also looks like it's going to go. Looks like we'll break the tie here in this Darlene Barry Ochoa versus the Mooches match.
She shut off on me here, Doug. Yep. Zeros. Not my day here.
What do we have?
Doesn't want to lock in now. There we go. One eight.
Not a bad fish.
No.
Honestly, on this system, in this format, they're all good fish.
Absolutely. A pound and a half removes the needle for sure.
Every fish is so critical, executing very critical in this body of water. I don't see anybody tearing up a huge number of fish today this time of year.
Can I have that rod back anytime or no?
Coming.
This has got too heavy of a jig on. Thanks, buddy.
These guys dragging jigs.
Correct.
Mouth of the river
Johnny,
seems to
they're
be a
here,
popular
so-
area today, as it always is this time of year.
Yeah, there's times you come here and you want to go find something,
Getting
fishing
bit
on your
pretty good.
own, try to find some magic spot, but at the end of the day, it's hard to beat the
Yeah,
mouth of the river.
it's tough to beat those consistent
boat
populations
control.
moving through an area.
Especially under this, we have that big northeast wind. You're protected somewhat as long as it has enough north in it, and it looks like today
Brody,
they have
finally
enough
not
north in it
sucking.
that looks like a nice day to
First
be
time
out there
all
right
week.
now.
Doug, that's the first walleye he's caught in 2 weeks. Yeah. He's a sheephead specialist.
Come on, Johnny boy, let's maintain focus.
Hey, right off the bottom again?
Yeah, just drag it.
Yep.
Cast it out, just drag it.
A little further out from the mouth of the river than we've seen, like where Nick and Bob were at.
Which one? Top one.
Here we go with
Over
the
the
mooses.
Mooses.
It's all right.
That is Al Fisher in the
board.
boat with Joel today. Nathan couldn't make it for this one.
Got to get through the school year, right?
That's right. It does look like we're hooked up. First look at a team pulling boards.
You just put that
We're gonna
in.
cross here, Joel.
Hang on. Let that one get settled in. I'll bring them in.
Now, Joel is one of our few anglers who would
right,
really
we should be good
consider
now.
himself more of a bago guy than a bay guy.
This one on the
Spent a
bottom
lot
side
of
over
time
here
on this
popped.
system.
Oh, I see it. All right. Let's just worry about this first.
Yep.
Make sure we're not tangled up because I can't see those boards in the sunshine.
Yep.
We definitely saw last year that there's times of the year where you don't expect it. People are going to be trolling, and we saw some fireworks where they really clobbered them.
Guys
good.
covering a lot of water.
Yep,
Got some big wins. Mike
Little
Lewis
guy,
put a
but
bunch of
it's all right.
W's on the board trolling on this body of water, and he's a Green Bay guy.
Target species.
There we go.
All right, you got the fish. I'll fix the board.
Big plus for these guys that water bumped up to 60.
Absolutely.
That is starting to get in a realm of where you find the right pot of migrating fish that you could really do some damage.
Yeah.
Right in their backyard as well.
Yep. Looks to me like they're trolling at a pretty good clip, too. Wind at their back.
Zeros.
I think that one will go a pound, too.
Oh yeah, that one's gonna count.
What's going on? It's not even giving me the circle to lock in.
1 pound, 3 ounces.
Okay. Oh, there it is.
1-3.
Yep, 1-3.
Gets him on the board and brings that match real tight. This is what you see on Bago right here. A lot of 1 and 2 fish matches.
On the board. Let's get some biggers.
They're catching a few, and that's what's important.
Absolutely.
I'm hooking up a line.
Small fish so far today, nothing over 2 pounds, but I think it'll heat up. About a half hour in, most of our teams put that first fish in the boat.
Does a lot for you mentally, too, just getting those first couple bites, getting on the board, getting the juices flowing, up in that confidence.
So important with that trolling, also with the rock pattern. I mean, it's just.
Oh,
nope.
Mr. Doc is hooked up.
Not a stick?
Not a stick. It's a fighting stick.
The right kind of fish?
I hope so.
1 pounder?
It feels like it.
Feels like a 1 pounder?
Feels like a 1 pounder.
Get another
Can you
team
believe
on
I
the
can
board
tell
maybe
that
here.
by holding a fishing rod. Hashtag professional. Oh, boo.
Hey, the white bass runs on, I heard.
I heard that too.
Yeah,
Bait shop up
we're going to see plenty of that
Plenty
today.
of them today.
Below the gunnel, Nick, below the gunnel.
Below the gunnel. Make better life choices, dude.
You know, I'm tempted to grab my other, on the next pass here, my other rod that's rigged up with just a single fly on it, and drag it.
Pulling flies, we knew that was going to be a popular deal today. Good way to get some numbers and some size, especially on this post-spawn bite.
Yeah, not surprising to see at least 3 or 4 of our teams fish in the mouth. Doesn't look like anybody started out at 41 bridge. That's a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah.
But it is, I mean, I guess if you didn't have anything else, it's people maybe just avoiding having to run that no wakes.
Right.
Hey, it wasn't a sheephead.
It was not. First fish in the boat was not actually a sheep. That, I feel like that's an accomplishment all of its own.
Sorry, I didn't get any white bass yesterday.
I didn't either.
I expected to catch some.
People asking in the comments, why below the gunnel? Pretty much fish care, to be honest with you.
Yeah, just respect.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Respect to the fishery, kind of the imagery. We've all done it. Get in a intense tournament type situation, you just pitch one back real quick. But
That wind is picking us up.
it
again.
does add an interesting little curve to head. Back over to the Mootses, looking to put number 2 in the boat.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just the image. You know, I mean, you think about it. You know, if you stand up and toss that fish in, it's going to be fine. But if you look at it and you're not a fisherman, you might think,
right.
You know, and
yeah, and there's a lot of stuff that we do as fishermen that on the outside perspective, it's like
the dang clickers off.
I mean, as a bass fisherman, it's always funny when you're going through the cuts or residential area and you set the hook on one real big and there's someone standing on the dock and they look at you like, why the heck did you swing on that one so hard? But
we're not turning the clicker off.
Never know when it's a 4-pounder.
Penalty.
Seems like
get your butt kicked.
Everything in life, you're trying to do everything we can to avoid getting the keyboard warriors fired up.
Exactly right. This looks like a pretty nice fish here for these guys. Maybe getting into a little pot.
Once just get this thing dialed in, they could run away with it.
And they are doing something all on their own too. We're not seeing anyone else doing this pattern. Not around the mouth of the river in the big group of boats. So.
Yeah, target species.
Yep, it's a nice, decent
one.
Yeah, it's a nice one. Absolutely.
Oh, get out of the kicker.
There's a dandy.
Got it.
All right. Yep. See, now these guys.
Stay in the boat.
We're good.
As time goes on.
Nice.
You know, they have the multiple rods set up.
Take care of that.
They're going to start dialing things in, get the color dialed in, get the depth dialed in, and it could turn into a runaway train.
Absolutely.
That's two nice fish back to back for them.
Nice, like 2-pounder. Almost 2. Come on.
Hot potato.
Wiley.
He's in the boat.
Settle.
He's in the boat.
Below the
Hot
gunnel.
potato.
Doesn't that count?
Tougher to catch the second time around.
Yeah.
Go behind you here.
Yeah, that one.
Nice
Pounder
work, guys.
maybe. We'll give him a decent lead in this match against Derlene and Barrio Ochoa.
Like a really well-built fish.
Come on.
Yeah. Shoulders on
their
it.
circle.
Tip it towards your...
Bit nerve-wracking when they make that goofy. You see, I was up, like he was coming up, and all of a sudden,
different scale.
But sometimes when all these waves, it's going to be real.
made that hard, tight turn down, came up underneath the boat. But good thing they managed it well, executed, got the fish in the boat.
210.
210.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Good work.
Like that little game with the DB.
Come on, baby. Yeah, right? $210.
All right.
Just like that.
Maybe we should go
Turns
deeper.
that lead over at 313 to 1-8.
What's that?
Maybe we should go a little deeper.
Oh, get out.
No, get the lines down farther.
Oh, get them out further. Oh, just leave it out, Al. Let's just. I'll just try this one next, and then just to kind of see.
See what it does?
Yeah.
Well, we know those scales take a little bit to lock in when it's rough out there.
Yeah.
And it's a little bumpy today.
Yep.
We want to stay right around this like 8 to 10 foot range with water depth. They're hanging in here nice and shallow, eating the, what do they call them? Trout perch.
Yep.
Oh,
You
yeah.
got it.
Nice. Get a couple more in here.
Great breakdown of what they're doing there. Look to me like a purple top, silver-sided crankbait that they're pulling.
Maybe a flicker minnow.
Yeah.
I didn't, quite get it dialed, but it looked like something like a flicker minnow. Actually.
Hey, hey. Eric's got one in the boat. First time we've taken a look at
I'll weigh it here, Eric. Okay.
Eric and Steve with a fish in the boat.
He bit right at the boat, so I don't have time to yell for you.
No surprise here to see these two live scoping.
Yep. Eric's probably doesn't have a ton of time in on this body of water, but his dad, vast amount of knowledge.
Yep.
It's a really good track record here, and it's done really well.
One six. Oh, 1-6. Okay. Locked in. 1-6.
1-6. About 15% of that size that we saw the one take him over 100 pounds with. But that is the deal with Bago. Smaller margins for error. Every bite matters on this pond especially.
Yeah, it's definitely a relief to get anything. I mean, when you put those fish in the boat, or anything over a pound.
I like it.
mean, a 1-1s, I'd be like,
A couple
relief,
stacked
get
up
'em in
too
the boat.
right when you were doing that.
That gives them a 1 pound 6 ounce lead over Miller and Solberg.
I really had to work that one.
Did you? I got a couple out here deeper.
Heard him say there that he really had to work that one. We've been a lot of changing conditions right now. Not a lot of stability. Had those 2 real warm days. Had a nice day on Sunday, but it was real cold in the morning and a cold morning on Saturday morning. And now last night, we talked about it on the pre-show, there's swirling winds on Lake Winnebago can protect the lake from dirtying any one particular area up, but it does weird stuff with that lake current too, where it can kind of slack off the whole lake. And fishing in the springtime, man, I would much prefer some stable conditions, whether good or bad, than the weather jumping all around. Obviously, for spending time outside, it's a beautiful day, but changing conditions make these fish tough to follow.
Yeah, it was good to see that we were only in that like low 50s this morning. It wasn't crazy cold because we've had, like you say, going up into the weekend, some really cold nights, even when it does get nice during the day.
I believe this is our first time heading in the boat with Ted Miller and Cody Solberg.
Let's look at Miller and Solberg.
Carrying that number 2 next to their name, second seed. That's where they hung out for a lot of last year.
Seeing quite a few again, Ted.
Yep.
Last event, they were able to sneak out the
quite a
W.
few on that break too.
Get that number 1
Right
seed.
in front of you.
Lock down the MVA with Cody.
The deeper one. Just got to figure out what they want.
Looks like these guys are pitching some shallow rocks on the west shore of Winnebago. Looking at some fish on live scope, but not getting any biters yet.
Just about to text you that we are going to have a word from our friends at the Head2Head Guide Directory. Give a little love to Alec Nickel with Die Hard Angling. He's out of Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin. Been putting people on big walleyes all spring. Like we talked about before we went live, that kid lives on the water.
Big walleyes and big smallmouth.
Absolutely.
And he's multi-species, and he is getting after it year-round. Unbelievable.
You tell him the trip that you want, and he'll put you on it. Smallmouth, walleye, bago, Green Bay, salmon and trout during the summertime.
Ice fishing.
Great guide, ice
perch.
fishing. You name it. He's your man. You can find him on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram, as well as his website right there. And then Bob Kloss, we saw him just a little earlier today, yet to get on the board here, but he's also been hammering some really nice walleyes on the Bay of Green Bay, been spending a lot of time over there. He will also get you on the salmon and trout come the summertime. He's out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. Fin Fanatic Charters has put more people on more big walleyes, eater walleyes, than just about anyone that I know. Bob's a very reputable guide, gets it done for his clients, and does a great job with the teaching as well while you're in the boat with Bob.
Absolute wealth of knowledge on the Bay. He's been at it a long time out there. Two great choices. Set yourself up for a good day of fishing.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Bay bite is still very hot. The smallmouth bite on the Bay of Green Bay is really coming on strong lately. It's a great time to get out if you're looking, if you're new to the area, unfamiliar, or really want to learn the tools, the tricks of the trade. Either of those guys are great guys to take you out. And like we talked about with Andy Cleveland during the bass event, you can cut years off the learning curve with one good guide trip with someone who really knows what they're doing.
I'll tell you what, out of all the years fishing Sturgeon Bay, knowing the Bay and knowing where to go, I had some fantastic fishing. And almost every single year I've been there in that May, the big popular time of year when people are coming here destination fishing, I always seem to run into people at the launch. You see so many people come from all over the country to fish there that really, really struggle. Because if you don't, kind of know the deal there, it can be really tough.
Absolutely.
And there's really good bass fishermen that go there and like, what's going on? Is there really that many fish here?
Right.
I hear that all the time, like a broken record. And for those people, if you're coming here and you think, oh my gosh, they talk about it on Bassmaster as being one of the top 100 all the time, it's still a big body of water, and depending on the time of the year, like you said, you can cut absolute years of time off by, hire a guide.
Yeah.
These guys are on them, they know where to go. It'll save you a lot of stress and pulling your hair out.
Yeah. Yeah, and the same could be said about that pre-spawn Green Bay bite like we saw in the first one. Like, it looks really good when we're watching it here on camera, and don't get me wrong, like there is fish everywhere, but it's all about those little adjustments. And Bob or Alec is a great guy to put you on that bite.
Give this one another 15, 20 minutes, I think.
Those guys will follow that walleye bite, from lower pushing north, and then they're going to be in tune with what happens coming up here with the alewives, which can really throw a wrench in your program if you're trying to catch walleyes. And there's people that'll come here like, what's going on? Scratching their head, they can't catch a walleye. There's things that happen in this bay
down there
pretty consistently, and with the alewives, that you really have to know where to fish during that time period to put fish in the boat and have a good day. These guys will help you have a good day. Back to Graham's father-daughter, dragging jigs. These guys should be due for a fish. They're really good water, good technique.
back over to Kurt and Mitchell. Faced up against the Katowskis, only down 1-1, looking to put their first fish on the board. Two seem pretty confident in their game plan when they came in. Haven't seen them make much for moves so far. See Mitch up there up front, presumably looking down at the graph, casting to some fish that he's seeing on forward facing.
Mitch. Yep. Quick.
Hey, hey.
Hooked up.
Kurt's hooked up.
Right to you.
These guys are just trying to figure out where these fish are positioned on that reef.
Okay.
Another little guy.
Bugger. Nope.
£1 pound, right? Yeah, that's under the. Oh, never mind. Yep.
Good job, below the gunnel. Not hooked in the mouth.
Couple of small ones for these guys. Still trying to kind of unlock what's going on that reef.
Yep.
Yeah.
It doesn't appear they made a big move yet. It'll be interesting to see how long they try to break it down on this in this area or start spot hopping. Get a bite there.
Wow. Like a 5-footer. It was clean out of the water too. Yeah.
Good spirits for the Katowskis.
Yeah, absolutely.
10 feet closer, I would have jumped in the boat probably.
Sure.
Sounded like they just had a sturgeon jump in front of them. I didn't see any on my way up the river on Sunday, which I was kind of surprised about.
Yeah, that's pretty surprising.
Typically this time of year,
the number of sturgeon in there was incredible. Oh, we had the active targets going, and they were everywhere. Yeah. There's one.
Fish on.
hooked up.
Need me to move that rod?
Nope. Not very big.
That's all right.
How big is not very big?
Feels like a sheepy.
See if we got a. Uh-oh.
Yep.
Feels
Oh, boo.
like farm animals.
Trick you every time.
Below the gunnel.
Closing in on that 1 hour mark.
exciting.
Katowski's still holding that 1-1 to zip lead over
Sometimes all you need is a
Dawn and
sign.
Yoder.
Sticking with their game plan, I'd be a little surprised if we saw these guys, as long as they continue to consistently catch some fish,
Aggressive.
move off of this
Aggressive.
this area. It's one of those deals where you know it's a place where these fish are passing through. They're coming to you, which is kind of the ideal scenario when you're fishing.
Yeah, if you're getting a few in the mouth of the river, typically you stay and wait for that good bite window.
Yep.
You know, and if
Coming in hot.
it's as good of a place as anywhere you could run into a nice quality fish as
Right.
well, and that really moves the needle. Yeah, if there's one place you're going to camp,
Don't quote me on it, but
over
don't
the
we have
years
to be
proven
sitting?
good strategy, you know, a 41 bridge / mouth of the river, one of those type of areas that you just
On
sit
plane,
there
I
and duke
think
it
we're
out all
supposed
day.
to have life jackets on and butts in our seats.
They're on.
Huh?
They're on.
Yeah, but he was standing. He was standing, though.
Another fun, entertaining part about sitting at the mouth of the river, it's like sitting at the most popular traffic light in town, just watching the madness.
Yeah.
Plenty of it.
It's awfully shaky.
Uh-oh.
Fish on. Let's see if we can get another walleye in the boat here for these guys.
You gotta back up.
I can't see you.
Neither can I. I don't know where you're going with it, Whitey. Jeez, that was terrible.
Little fire drill. It is good to be catching some fish.
Yeah.
Even, you know, you get that feel that you're going to get the right one eventually.
Right.
When your program's putting fish in the boat, even if they're wrong.
Life around, what attracts one fish will attract another, typically.
These guys just know that this place can be tough this time of year and a big blow.
You heard them when they put that first one in the boat. They were pretty pumped up to have one in the boat.
Oh man,
So,
we've all seen it. It's so tough here.
right.
In the early years, one of the first years I had, I remember winning a match to go to a championship with one undersized fish.
Yeah.
It's like
It
I
can
just
be
need to
that way.
catch
Yeah,
one.
right.
I just need to catch one. You know, and pulled out all the stops. And I think I was throwing a beetle spin type of bait in the weeds. I'm like, come on.
Just something.
And then I went to a championship and lost basically one fish, or one, you know, it was that 18-inch size limit.
Yep.
The guy, it was my girlfriend caught one that was just over 2 pounds, and I caught one that was just under.
Dang. That is head-to-head at its finest right there.
It was just a grueling grind of a bite. He caught his fish right there where these guys are fishing.
Watching Joe Okada right now up against Clausen Ackley. This is another match that I kind of had circled because both of these anglers are very, very good on both Winnebago and the Bay. Okada said coming into this season that he was most afraid of what could happen on Bago. Wanting to get better on this body of water, feels like it's always had his number, but he's very proficient on the Mississippi River. Loves fishing in the current. Up there, Red Wing, La Crosse, any of those river pools, and it's surprising to hear him say that he's not so fond of the Winnebago system, but
Again, I think it's that deal that Winnebago is so hard to duplicate things day to day.
absolutely.
Especially, you know, you have a window of where it's solid and it isn't, it's like the first 2-3 weeks of June, and then that's it.
Yep.
That's about it. That's like the one block of time where you can kind of go reproduce and
Right.
bites and kind of catch them in the same areas. But boy, outside of that first 3 weeks of June, it can really make you scratch your head.
Yeah. Clausen Ackley looks like they're resetting. Maybe making a little move.
It's interesting because this lake sets up different based on what the forage is for the year.
Right.
Like we've talked about the trout perch, you know, those
are
coming into play this year as they do most years. And there's years where there's shad like crazy, and there's years where there's no shad. And man, it really, really matters. And you know, there's years where they're easy to catch, and there's years where there's so much bait that it's so inundated with bait that the fish are really hard to catch.
Right.
As much as we do.
This team does not strike me as one that will get rattled at all this season. This is their type of match where they can just put their head down, know that a couple fish is probably going to do them real well today, and not letting the emotions get to them too much.
One hour in. We're 1 hour in, 8 o'clock. Let's take a look at that scoreboard after the first period. Looks like first match, Moots and Moots versus Barry Ochoa and Derline. Both teams on the board. Moots and Moots trying to get that trolling bite dialed in. Looks like they got a little something figured out. We'll see if they can keep it going. Solberg and Miller quiet so far. Nothing on the board for them. McQuaid and Labs, one small fish they just put in late in the first quarter. Then we have Okada versus Ackley and Klaus, and those guys are both still looking for their first fish. I think Joe had one short so far. And then Don and Yoder, they've been struggling out on those rocks on Winnebago. They put one or two small fish in the boat. Katowski's got that ever-important 1-1 in the mouth of the river. They've been fighting through some non-target species, but holding that slim 1-pound lead. And then we have Grams and Grams looking for that first fish, as well as Nickel and Golke. And they're scrambling around on one team out on the rocks on Bago and one in the river. So that's a look at our first quarter. Let's go with Tyler and see what he's got for the live shopping.
Welcome back. TRS live shopping number 2 of the day. Hope you guys are enjoying the action. We knew that this Bago event might be a little slower, and it's turning out to be that way, but I got a feeling that these guys are going to turn it on. This sun's going to get up, and the weather conditions are going to improve for these guys, but we always have the great deals here at TRS Live Shopping. We started the show with $3.11 on the VMC Twitch and jigs. That is over 50% off these jigs. Got them in 1/8 and 1/4, some great sizes. This is kind of a marabou regular jig skirt material mix here, built on that legendary VMC Moon Eye head. A great option if you're looking to show them something a little different. You get on a jig and bite, give these a look. And then our number 2, this one I got a feeling is going to go pretty fast. We're going to move some baits on this one. We have original Berkley Flicker Shads, sizes 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9, all sizes. Regular price $5.79. Deal price for you guys today $2.95. You will not find a better price on a Berkley Flicker Shad than that. We got them, whole bunch of colors, whole bunch of sizes. You guys demolish them, wipe them out. This is a great bait on Bago. Obviously, this time of year, we've seen the Mootses put some fish in the boat. It kind of looked to me like a number 7 Flicker Shad. Purple sides, silver back. Great option this time of year. You always are going through these things if you're trolling on them reefs on Bago, going through baits. These are a great option, and you can get them at a great price right now at therealshot.com. Type that into your browser, head over to Google, type that in, go up along the top part of the website. You will find the staff picks tab. That is where you will find all of these TRS live shopping deals for the day. These deals will run, they will end, and you will probably not see these prices again on these baits. So take advantage of them today. This is a super steep discount, almost 50% off on the Berkley Flicker Shads. And we'll be back with more live shopping deals at the end of this second hour. But till then, we're going to have a word from our sponsors, and then we'll head back out on the water. Thanks for watching, guys.
W7's got it right. Covering girls' high school sports all the time. 100% free, 100% live. W7 for the girls.
Brendan Tracker here from Sportamotive in Appleton.
Shopping for your next watercraft is easy as Sportamotive, your trusted partner.
With Tracker's no hassle, no haggle pricing program, you'll get your best deal this spring.
For over 40 years, Sportamotive has been your authorized Tracker boat dealer.
With our award-winning service department and winner of the Mercury CSI Award for over 14 years in a row. Sportamotive in Appleton, your authorized Nitro and Tracker boat dealer.
All right, back to the action. $2.95 flicker shed. If that doesn't get you fired up, I don't know what does. That's almost cheaper than buying bait nowadays. Sean Graham's dragging jigs. Looks like perfect boat control right down the pipe in the mouth of the river.
What do you think, Riley? Thought process? Well, we're not working today, so this is better than that. I don't know. We'll try this for a little bit yet and see what happens. Otherwise, I'm going to go to some reefs and throw some slip bobbers. That's what Riley likes to do, so.
Jump in the boat with John Derleen and Brody Barry Ochoa. Up against the Mooches. The Mooches have put a little heater on in that first hour. 313, 2 fish there. Yeah, one real nice one.
Hooked up.
Brody.
See the hustle? Did you see the hustle, Johnny? That's very much. That's a real walleye. Bring it in.
There you go.
Target species.
Good go, Johnny boy.
John, keeping the hot hand after event 1.
We need 50 more.
I don't know about 50.
I would start with 3 and then catch 4 and then catch 5 and then see where you're at.
Yeah, I think about a half a dozen of these and they're going to be fine.
You're going to be looking pretty good.
This one going to make it. It's close.
It is going to be close, isn't it?
Calling that lock, that one?
1-0.
Nice.
There it is.
I could see that one was going to be a nail biter.
What's that? So 1-0, it made the board. Stuck right in.
Wow, was that a relief?
No.
Kind of like you.
That's a foul language.
great to see those options for
I
our
don't even care at this point.
viewers. $2.95 flicker shad.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Like I was saying, look at the price of crawlers and minnows these days. You might as well buy flicker shad.
Might as well buy flicker shads, and they're a fish catcher. They have been since they came out.
Those baits catch them all over the country. They got pretty good hook on them.
Hustle?
Likewise with the VMC. You know, all the VMC products, say what you want, but they got a pretty good hook on them.
Absolutely.
It's nice to buy a reasonably priced product with a quality hook.
Yep. Yeah, and we got a lot of color options on those flicker shads, plenty of them, and all the sizes too. You can cover a wide range of forage imitations, depth ranges with those 4 through 9 sizes on the flicker shad.
You know, that takes me back to those little 4s sometimes in this time of year in May. We've had a lot of success over the years long lining those on rocks.
Really?
You know, where you need a long line and you need something that doesn't quite dive so much, taking those little 4s and running them right off the back of the boat, no boards over those reefs, and especially in this wind, can just be an absolutely deadly tactic. And it definitely works best with the number floors, the little guys. They kind of deflect off those rocks a little bit better. They're not digging
Doug,
too
I don't know
hard.
if you remember the conversation, but that sounds like that's lunch on Brody, doesn't it?
Dude, you caught one fish. You're not a pro angler yet.
We just said next fish had to buy lunch. I suppose you got a sheepy.
Next fish, you're not kicked off the boat, is what I said.
That one even that they just caught draws them within a little over a pound of the mootses.
Definitely keeps this one interesting.
Yeah, this one's going to be a good tight one all the way throughout. I don't see either of these teams really. I mean, there's always potential for someone to land on a hot bite, but I think both these teams are just going to grind their way through this deal and do what they can to try and stay above the other one.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but May 7th time of year, it's like everybody's going to be grinding their way through Winnebago at this time of the year. It's just a weird, like you're hung in that post spawn, but not quite crazy good yet. I don't know. It's hard to. It's very, very rarely do you get a banger of a day on this system this time of year.
Right.
For whatever reason. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to put a finger on it, but things just aren't quite set up right. You know, you can run into a good slug of fish in the river or on a reef and do some damage, but boy, it seems like it's usually a grind.
Yeah.
Most of these guys have a good attitude about it today, though. They're not. I mean, they could be pulling their hair out, but you see them keeping it light.
Yeah.
If you're going to fish tournaments, man, you know, if you can't have fun doing it, you shouldn't do it.
Exactly.
You know, you got to have fun on the good days and the bad days.
Especially on the tough days. It's easy to have fun when you're catching 100 pounds on Green Bay, but trying to keep the mood light while the bite's slow on a place like this
I go
can
to the
be.
morgue?
Do they have to be alive?
Kyle, is that legal?
Over to the mootses.
Yeah. Blow up doll with a name and a fishing license attached to it.
Middleboard.
Middleboard, you must be running that tree up in the front of the boat.
Yep.
Huh?
Oh no, we got a backboard too. Outside
Double.
board too.
Double.
All right. Do we got a double?
Let's go. That just freaks me out. You can't see those rocks.
I know.
I don't know. I mean, some guys love those trees. It's nice to be able to just get them rods right out of there, but boy, it
does give you a lot of room to work with.
It's hard for us because we can't see anything that's going on. Really.
It does give you a lot of room in the back of the boat to mess around, though.
Kind of reminds me of the old days when you got the mast up there with the skis out.
Yeah, exactly right.
If you just want to stay on that, and I'll get the board while you.
See how these guys handle this.
Yeah, this is one of those things. You just got to steady.
Take your time.
Steady and one fish at a time.
Yep.
Really good job of getting that board off one-handed.
Yep.
Yep.
I can net him.
Fish still on.
Yeah, he's not a big one.
Yeah, hopefully if.
Or just flip them up.
Just net that fish yourself. There you go. Good job. Good job. Keep them right like that. Good.
Good work.
We got one in.
So you got
one in the boat. Looks like a 1 pounder to me.
I think that one's going to make it. I would flop that fish out of the net and get ready to help your partner here.
All right.
Behind you. Back up.
Yep.
Ready to get the second board off.
Still clipped?
Yep.
All right, I'll get the board.
Yep. Let me get down.
Fish skiing on the surface back there. Just caught a peek at that mouth and it looked. Let's see what we got here.
Oh, it's a nice one.
Nice one. Yep.
Oh yeah.
I saw that mouth come up. I'm like, no way. There we go.
Heck yeah.
Nice. Beautiful.
All right.
They're doing some damage.
We gotta stand here, right?
Absolutely.
Well, we gotta process one
All
and
right,
then
I'm just trying to follow the rules here. So.
process the other one.
All right.
Yep, both fish got to be processed. Try and make this as quick and easy as possible on
We
our
can't
anglers
bring
and
another
on the
one
fish.
in the boat.
Okay.
Zero.
It was 0.
Yeah, shut it, turn it off. If all else fails, just restart.
Nope. It goes to 0 and then it goes to. Oh, there we go. 0.
Moots is with this double looking to pull ahead in this match a little bit. Oh, and it is a nice one.
Come on.
Bouncing around in them waves.
Come on.
Steady. Steady.
And this is the other scale too. It just doesn't want to.
Waves. They get really hard to lock. So
Can we just call it 2? We're between 2-1,
I'm gonna
115.
call it. There you go. It's locked. 150.
115 locked in.
Let's call it 115.
Yeah.
It's a nice fish.
Absolutely.
We're gonna pull up and go back, or we're gonna keep going for a while.
Ooh, double.
Okay.
Pull up, go back.
Yep.
Especially when you got 2 rods out.
Yeah. You talked about it. These guys definitely have the potential to run into those little pods of migrating fish doing this trolling deal.
Yeah, they should get a little bit more dialed with let back and color and just keep picking it up here. But boy, you know, you get a double, you got 2 rods out of the water. It's real close to just pull them in, reset up, go through that same pot of fish again.
Oh, come on.
It usually works.
Are we almost a pound?
We're floating between 15 and a pound.
Boy, this one's going to be on the bubble. See where it locks.
Hold it in front of you. There you go. There you see the bubble?
Oh, there it is. Come on.
And
one even.
One even.
They got. Okay.
That's not 2 times in a row.
Legal.
So they got one, and the other team just got one of those ones just to fall in their favor.
I mean, we'll take it, but yeah.
All right, let me put this one back over.
Yeah, we got.
You take that with a smile on your face.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're almost done with our pass.
Every ounce counts. Every pound
might
is
as well
great.
Just bring them all in.
All right.
Seems how we only got
half the line.
Good call.
Yep.
Good work.
That's what I like to hear.
Yep.
Let's get them in and do it again.
Make
That's
our
what
run
you do.
back up.
Smart move.
That sure does look like a flicker shad to me that he just pulled in there. Tough to tell. Maybe it's
Maybe we'll get him to show us.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get him to show us. Yeah. I haven't really got a good enough look. There's the look at the trees. Interesting
Oh, you're
setup.
stuck in.
Yeah.
I can't say that I've ever
It's like
trolled
that-
with that
that
kind
seagull.
of a deal.
Get it
This mounted
uncooked
in the
on
front
one
like
spot.
that. So
But the worst part about it is it's stuck in the bungee cord part.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you got to cut the hook, just cut the hook. We'll replace it.
I saved the hook.
All right. Yeah.
Speaking of going to the hospital.
Oh. No, yeah. Let's as long as everybody goes back to the boat launch without a hook in them, no injuries.
Upright and breathing.
Upright, breathing.
There's not an ambulance waiting.
We may have caught a fish or two. You know, it's a
good day.
Pretty good day.
And you don't really know how I walleye fish, because if I'm not bleeding, I'm not walleye fishing.
Yeah, I usually get a gill
I hear
plate in the
that.
finger or
Yeah, I
something.
usually get something.
Or a tooth. So I was an assistant coach with the high school ice fishing team this year. And we were out on Fox Lake, and one of the kids caught a northern, and I was trying to get the thing off the hook, you know, with a pair of pliers. I mean, it was deep, and that thing spun, bit me in the finger, and I'm like, holy cow.
That's not good.
Nope. 2 days later, I'm like, good gosh, my finger hurts so bad. I couldn't figure out why it was so sore.
Tooth in there.
Then all of a sudden, I started getting this big red dot in the middle of my finger, and I'm like, what did I get, an infection from, you know, one of the tooth? Wake up the next morning, it's all like, it looks like a big zit on my finger, you know, it's all pussy looking. I'm like, oh, this is bad. So I pop this thing, right? I squeeze it, pop it, all of a sudden, boop, here comes a tooth out of my finger, and I'm like, well, no wonder why it's so sore.
Yeah. That'll do it.
Yep.
You gotta be careful with that. I had a buddy fishing the East River. He caught a walleye, and it poked him. 3 days later, he's in the hospital. He had an infection running all up his arm.
Yeah. A guy
Wow.
that I worked with had that happen in Canada. It like cut his finger.
I mean, they were worried about serious issues with him.
Wow.
Yeah. You want to shut the kicker down now?
Yep.
Make another meat run.
YouTube videos on how to jig.
Time for another meat run through that pass. Right?
It was classic in the moment, you know. Paul likes to remind me of that.
Yeah.
612.
How many YouTube videos you watched
That's
today?
not bad.
No, that's a solid total, especially not even halfway through their day here.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through the second
Got it all
quarter. They got
dialed
four on
in.
the board there.
I watched lots
Definitely
of YouTube
the
on
stars
jig
of the
up
show
on Green
today.
Bay. Does that count?
I think so. It's good if it doesn't.
Fish, Nick.
There you go.
Hooked up.
See if Bob can get on the board here.
Will it?
I don't know.
Will
What do you
it
think?
Be? That is, in fact, the right species.
Oh boy.
Not very big, though.
Dinks or dinks?
Dink's a dink.
Get him.
It is a dink.
It is the right flavor, not the right size.
Hey, there are walleyes here.
But that has to help your confidence too, even catching a little one like that, just to.
Yeah, we have
Well,
a handful of our teams
we got
that are
a
on
dink.
zero today
We're
that
on
have
the
caught
board.
walleyes.
On the board. I didn't
Just
know
haven't
Brody said
quite
his
yet.
was a 1 pounder or not. I didn't hear.
I couldn't. He was talking about it. I couldn't hear.
We got a dink. All right, let me see. No, I got to scale out. What am I doing? They're all out here. There's probably one on the deck too, right? And Nick's already got it out.
Joe,
all right,
Joe
you keep
weighed
pumping
one.
it. I got
All
this,
right,
Nick.
you got it.
Joe
All
weighed
right.
one that
You
was
don't need-
13, I think, 13
Yep.
ounces.
You don't
So
need help.
this is important here.
Absolutely.
0 to 0, and it's going to be one fish to one fish.
Yeah.
I believe, yeah, Joe's was 13 ounces, wasn't it?
That is what I remember.
You got to hold it.
I've
Tight.
seen pictures.
Yes, it is.
There's bigger ones in there.
Yes, it is.
This one's 0. How do you got to hold it to 0, Nick?
Nope. Should just tear.
Yeah. You just hook it once? How come it didn't tear? Oh, I got it. Just, I'm holding it. All right. Zeros? This is a whopper.
One more. Well, make better life choices. You won't have those problems.
10 ounces.
10.
10 ounces.
10. So Slim lead for Joe.
On the board.
Yep.
We're pulling flies. We're pulling flies out here in the mouth of the Fox right now. Oop, in Oshkosh. So we get ourselves a dink. We had a couple junkfish. Orange and black. That one was on a red and black fly. So a little red and black fly, a 2-ounce weight. We're just kind of lightly pumping them on the bottom. Nothing
That's
crazy.
the
We
deal.
jigged for a little bit, had nothing there. So
Went to plan B.
plan B to try to catch a legal one pumping flies here, and then from here we'll see what happens. We got another jig option if this wind settles a little bit, but anyway, we got a 10-ouncer. Woohoo!
On the board with a target species, absolutely.
Phone, there it is.
That's the most excited I've ever heard anybody about a 10-ounce walleye. Yes! That's what I like.
I love it.
10 ounces.
10 ounces. Hashtag score.
It's
record
crazy
new
how tough it
catch.
can be on the
Select
system.
angler.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm telling you what.
Pounds, 0. Ounces, 10. Submit.
A lot of different techniques today. We've seen
I don't know
some
if that went
flat
in or
pulling, jig dragging, slip bobbering, pulling boards,
Probably won't because it's a dink.
casting
so it won't
jigs.
show up.
Well, it should show up as large as dink, right?
Yeah, it should.
We also had a dink for Nickel and Golke, putting them in the lead if this 0-0 tie in their match
There it is.
holds.
That's good. All good.
Updated.
Yep.
Much gooder.
Ooh, there's a log. Almost caught that.
Fun.
Mm-hmm. That is fun. That sounds fun.
Nickel and Golke up against the Grahams today. Grahams
Okay,
without
let's get a bigger one, Nick.
All right.
target species.
There's more
so
there to be
far.
had.
Looks like
I did
Brody and John pulling up right
slow my
there.
pumps a little bit, or made them shorter. I'm more twitching it,
Yeah.
but that, I don't know if that
That's what
was what
actually
triggered
did
it or not. Just didn't with this wind blowing in front. I thought maybe you need to be a little less aggressive with it. I don't know.
From one side of the mouth of the river to the other, with the Katowskis here. Surprised to see Don and Yoder still sitting at 0.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
More of a
Definitely, it's their wheelhouse. And,
right.
You know,
Get
I
'em
think it's just
already.
going to be a matter of if they can get on a rock pile that's got a few fish on
Right.
it.
Hanging them.
These guys are hooked up again. We'll see if we can get the right species here. We've seen some sheephead and some white bass. It's looking good so far.
Andrew's got the hot rod so far today too.
It'll be a dink.
A little walleye.
It looks
not going to make a pound.
Going over. Whoop.
almost looks like the one that Bob and Nick just caught.
You think so? I don't know. That one looked like it was all a 12.
Zeros.
Up close and personal here in the mouth of the Fox River, folks.
Got away the first dink.
10 ounces. 9 ounces.
11.
11 ounces.
Yep, under the gunnel.
Oh, they smoked that last one.
Yep.
Bob had.
Sure did. Good work.
Stingy. It's stingy today.
We thought that there was a chance that things might get a little tough on our guys. This big blow here really limiting
11 ounces.
what some guys are able to do in the river or out on the big lake.
You're dragging, so just reel it up a couple turns.
here with Brody, Barry Ochoa, and John Derleen. After that double, find themselves in a little bit of a deficit to the Mootses.
Yeah, so far it's looking like they're in one of those matches where they have a better weight. They have a couple nice legal fish on the board and still finding themselves in a little bit of a hole here. Settled in. Oh, there's a fish. Looks like a decent fish. Rod's been pretty good. It's just a matter of whether you get the target species here or not. There we go.
Hey, that looks golden to me.
Oh, Johnny boy.
That one's gonna make it.
Could be seeing the bite heat up here a little bit. Some teams putting some fish on the board.
We need 50 more.
Just barely making it. No, maybe short.
I don't know.
Wait.
Stay above 1.
That angle, it looks bad.
We're ducking ounces here.
It looked good.
Need that
it
fish
does
to
not
think
look
big
good from that angle.
Think big. Think heavy.
Calling that lock, that 1?
1-0. 1-0. Hey, hey.
1-0, Brody. Made the board.
What's that?
Said 1-0. It made the board.
Hey,
Stuck right in.
So is that a dink?
No.
Kind of like you?
That's a
Ouch.
foul language.
I'll take 20 of them. I don't even care at this point.
Did you see that hustle?
John and Brody are in one here. They are.
Big sturgeon swimming along with the boat.
Certainly a pitcher's duel here between McCoy and Lobs and Miller and Solberg. Eric's hooked up.
They are all walleyes.
Huh?
They are walleyes.
Hey, hey. Jigging a plastic right there, it looked like.
They are all walleyes.
They are all walleyes. That's a good.
Looking at a good pile of fish here.
Okay, you're clear on that one.
Didn't get a great look at it. Oh,
looks a little.
That's going to be another one of them freaking line burners,
There's a
isn't it?
school of like 20 of them.
School of 20 of them, though.
Zeros.
According to Mr. McCoy.
That one's right there. Got a little length to it.
Yeah. I got faith in this one. I think it'll go.
This one might be a 1-1.
1 pound. Might be able to get it to lock in at 1-1.
Good call.
Good call.
Need me to straighten out?
How many times do I have to be right there? I mean, I'm like right on the dead center. 1 pound even.
1 even.
Counts, Eric.
Perfect.
1 even.
Living right.
Yo.
You heard Eric say there was a school of 20 of them, so if you can get these things fired up and do a little damage quick.
Yep.
Things can turn quick on this body of water.
It gives you an idea, though. I mean,
1 pound
he's
even.
putting his bait right on these fish, like all morning, and has gotten 2 of them to bite.
Right.
So it's
Still have those fish up there?
not fired
Yeah,
up.
I'm trying to find them again. They spooked when I pulled that one out.
Did it look tiny on the screen?
No, they look like giant sheephead.
Really?
Yeah.
So I should have been casting on half those?
Yep.
Okay. Duly noted.
We thought it may be tough for some of these guys to live scope in the wind, but if there's one team, couple of teams that could do it, it's these two and the ones that they're up against.
Right.
They're going to try their best to make it work.
Ted and Cody leaving the door open a little bit.
Yeah.
If you see another school up there, I'll run up there.
I got 2 right now.
I'll let you catch the 2. This net back out.
Throw in there, they're not.
Can I leave that right there? That out of your way?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Big thanks to everyone watching on Fix TV, Facebook, and YouTube. We appreciate it. Slow action, but there's a lot to be learned here. A lot of guys go out on Winnebago, stub their toe, and they're like, man, I wonder what other anglers would be doing. Some of these guys pretty high-profile names, and it turns out it's just a tough fight for everybody.
Okay, I got a gap real quick.
We're looking at the rear live scope, and there's definitely fish.
All you can do is
top.
fish good
Just
areas,
waiting on
find
them
the
to go a little
fish,
bit.
and sometimes they're just not eating.
That's right.
And that's just the way it is.
Cycling through a bunch of different baits, whether it's a paddle tail.
Here we go. First cast on the crankbait.
Oh boy.
And crankbait's on. Net's right underneath your foot there.
Did you say casting a crankbait?
Yeah,
that's
First
what it
cast
picked
with
up
the crankbait.
immediately. Well, we look at, you got Mootzes with
you're
pulled
going
cranks.
step
I have no
with our
idea
best
what
weight by
line
far,
he's going over or where.
It doesn't matter. We just need to get them in the boat.
Feels decent. Okay, here he comes. Got him. Another small one. It's all right, it's a fish.
Boy, another one.
Maybe he'll
right
hit
on
that
the
ounce,
line.
maybe we'll get lucky.
Sure is,
All right,
isn't
I'm
it?
pulling slip bobber out, and I'm going to try to keep casting that.
Well, you don't have to verify if it's in the mouth when it does that.
Yeah, right?
Now we got lines everywhere again.
Yes. Yeah, we're not going to. I'm just going to do one or the other. Okay.
Is that your slip bobber line?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes it is. If I get another one on these,
I think if we
got...
can maintain them without them drifting too much, I don't think it would be that big of an issue.
Well, I would just like to do both. I'd like to cast in, but I don't think that's going to happen. Okay.
Trying to figure out a way to stay as efficient as possible.
Zeros?
Zeros. Okay.
Hey, chill down. You got one?
We about to double? We about to double up? Oh my gosh, I think you're, hey, raise your motor, raise your motor.
Is that what hit?
Yeah, that's what hit.
Oh no.
It's bouncing back from 14 to 15 ounces, not locking in. Hold on.
Aha.
A little bit on the wrong side.
Oh, just hit 1 pound, go back.
Think big.
Go back.
Get that 1 pound.
Oh. Why does this thing not want to lock?
Grab that other scale once.
Let me just try to go down low.
Everybody's struggling.
Yeah.
With that. Seems
Between the waves and the wind, Gales can't get an accurate reading long enough to lock it in.
Wow, why does it take so long? I've hit the middle so many times. I've even held it there. Held it there. Yeah, this is a problem. Oh, hey, my trolling motor's sitting in the bottom. We're gonna, yeah.
I think that's a situation where they have to deal with that.
Oh gosh.
Hey, I gotta take us off spot lock for a second.
Oh jeepers, fire sale. You get 2 footers rolling in on 3 feet of water. And
Oh, my shoe.
Oh, almost lost your shoe.
You seen that? Dude, that would have been so bad.
Go in the water.
I don't care about that. I want my shoe. Okay.
Hot action.
Did you say
in this
lock it
water.
at 15 or just?
Things are going sideways.
If it's been sitting there for so long, okay. Because that's what it just keeps going to. Okay, 15 ounces.
15 ouncer.
That's just really odd. I don't know why it's not locking.
Okay.
Going back.
That certainly gives them the biggest dink in this matchup against the Grahams.
What? In the motor?
In the
Yeah,
kicker.
it matters right now.
Yeah.
Oh, in the kicker. Well, that's still considered a motor. We can't get bit no bigger than 15.
And it looks like I got a bite, but that might just be the drag too. Come on, come out of there. I don't know how many times it's spawned or anything.
Motor.
Yeah, that's not good, dude.
Bottom. Plenty far out on the lake right now.
We don't want to cut one of our bobbers.
Rooftops that are typically enough water where you're not going to hit are
Unless I can get it out, but
dangerous.
Yeah, she's up and going.
Here.
she is wrapped up in there, dude.
These guys are in the teeth of that
dude, it spun
northeast
so
blow.
many times.
Yeah. It spun when you started going backwards.
You just want me to hook onto your line so I can get it for you?
Yeah.
All right, here. You're just gonna have to do something with that. I'm gonna get my slip bobber out of there and start casting that crank again. Yes, I did, yep. Wow, dude, and look at this. On top of it, look at my slip bobber. What is going on?
I don't know, we're having every issue in the book right
Dude,
now.
my slip bobber's done for. Oh, no.
When it rains, it pours.
Yeah.
When
That's
it
not
rains,
good.
it pours.
I'm just praying. Oh, oh.
Did it come out?
Yes. I don't know how, but it did. Okay, crankbait's coming back on. Gosh, I should have tried that in the first spot. I didn't think of it. I did, but I didn't.
Well, we're getting somewhere, except it's going to be a mess by the time we're done.
Yeah, worms, rods, line, everything.
Oh my gosh. What did I do? Throw that scissors back?
Hey!
Nick, have two of them.
The best cookies in the game have arrived in the studio.
Tired.
Thank you, Mrs. Katowski. We appreciate it greatly.
Here we go. Oh, I lost him.
Oh.
Come on. One head shake.
Great time to give a little shout out to our sponsors getting it done for us this year. The Real Shot, Ye Old Goat, Cast Again Tackle, Cedar Lake Sales, Comparion Insurance, Fox River Marine, Sportomotive, and Van Ert Remodeling. If you got boat troubles, give Fox River Marine a call. If you're looking for insurance, give Tony Malika a call. Looking for a boat, Sportomotive and Cedar Lake Sales got you covered. Looking to add on to your house, and Van Ert Remodeling's got you covered.
Seeing good representation from everybody here today.
Yeah.
I believe Mitch is rolling with the new Camus from Cedar Lake Sales.
Yep. We got Bob and Alec in Cedar Lake Sales Yar Crafts. Can't forget to give a shout out to the best tubes in the game too. I can tell you plenty of bass fishing on Winnebago. The Winnebago walleye is like a tube jig, and that's Cast Again Tackle.
It's that time of year too where you can roll with the turd or the tube,
and
you're catching walleye.
Yeah, catching it all, man. That's a.
I think it's surprising sometimes how many walleyes you catch on a Ned.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people aren't thinking about that.
You mentioned those trout perch, though. That little tube jig or Ned rig is a great way to imitate those guys crawling around the rocks. See the grams here sitting on top of a little reef. 57 degrees where they're at.
Fairly shallow.
Yes.
Looking for that first scoreable fish.
It's windy out here. Try working this reef here for a while and
Well, windy's better than calm for those reefs, that's for sure. And it's definitely manageable out there. It's not 20 northeast. I was worried we were going to get that 20 to 25 northeast blow that would have taken the lake out of it a little bit, but it's definitely manageable out there.
What'd you say?
Huh?
You say something?
You have any updates for the camera?
No.
Kind of surprised to see that we don't have anyone further up the system, it seems like, than the mouth of the Fox
Riley,
there.
can reel one up and cast it way out.
Yeah.
Guys out on the main lake.
The only person I know that I believe that is Okada might be the only one that's in the upper lakes right now.
Okada looks to be in the upper lakes.
I have to say I'm surprised there's nobody that tried 41 Bridge.
Yeah.
I'm shocked. I feel like you could hang around or win most of these matches right now there on a mediocre day.
Yeah. I'd be surprised if we didn't start seeing some teams making some moves if they can't get something going here pretty
You get
quick.
to that 2-hour in mark and all of a sudden you're like, man, do I want to run that no wake all the way up there? But boy, at some point you got to realize, do I have nothing to lose? If you're in a tight match that's almost zero, you just got to go somewhere and box
put a
the
couple
fish.
scorables on the board.
I was hoping it might pick up just a little bit today based on that start. We didn't have a crazy hot start, but we definitely saw fish coming in the mouth of the river and a little bit on the rocks and a little bit of trolling. And then it's actually seems to be slower a little bit yet in the second period.
Very surprised to still see 2 matches tied up at zeros nearing the halfway point in this match. Including this one, Kloss and Ackley versus Okada. Both these guys not the start that they were looking for on Green Bay.
You got another?
Nick's hooked up.
What should I get the net? I'm going to wait this time.
I would wait till we got to turn it into a panic mode. That might help the cause.
Just in case.
It is.
It is a walleye. It is a walleye.
Look at that red and white.
It is. It's not big enough, Nick.
I know we can enter.
But we
that
can
as
enter
an
that
ounce.
as an ounce, though. Don't even have to record
That actually counts to put them add on the target species total.
Add it to the total caught.
Oh man, check this. You got her?
Look at that. Well, I got her.
Actually, if it would be
You got to hold them out for the camera.
13 ounces, they'd be better.
Jeez, that almost cost you a penalty over the side.
Cost it. Look at we got to hold them way out so they look bigger.
I don't know if you can long arm that.
I was going to say, I don't know if there's any making that one look
Now
big.
we can tell Ben if he's watching. We watched a lot of YouTube videos videos on how to do this yesterday, so we're good.
Now we're learning.
I don't know if it was better than their
Interesting though,
ounce, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
they're looking for a 13-ounce fish.
Right.
So I think that could matter, right? I mean, like if that's a 14, now all of a
Right.
sudden they're leading. I mean, they're leading on. Does Joe still have? This is a
enter it
good
under
question.
yourself?
Does
I
Joe
did.
have the lead because he has the largest?
Correct.
I debated about giving you the glory.
Even though
for
they
that
have
one,
two shorts.
Yep.
He has the largest.
Yep.
short.
It goes to biggest dink and then number of target species caught.
So that was. I don't know.
It's gonna go like this. That seems like a faster place to grab a hold of that. All right, where there's little ones, there's big ones.
I've heard that before.
I have too.
These guys are absolutely around fish, putting some fish in the boat. Just need one of those over 1 pounders.
I know this lake has bigger fish. I've seen it. I've seen YouTube videos, seen pictures.
Yeah, you see it right there. 0-0, no scorables caught, but right now the biggest dink at 14 ounces would give Joe Okada the win in this match if it stayed how it is. Now, if Kloss and Ackley are able to catch a 14 ouncer and tie Joe Okada, then it goes to total number caught, which then would turn it over to Kloss and Ackley. So interesting deal to watch. Obviously, one scoreable 1 pound walleye throws all this out the window, but
You got another one?
uh-oh.
What do you got? What do we need?
What I got.
What do we have here?
Boo. Wrong color.
White bass.
Wrong color.
Striper.
There's a drum.
It's heating up.
Now it's getting hot.
No, sheep.
Sheep are turning on.
Sheep head.
Sheepy.
Some of these spots we can see these cameras, it's getting a little sporty out there.
Yes, absolutely. There are multiple people who are in the teeth of this deal.
Okay. Better.
Looks beautiful where Bob and Nick are
See
at
the
right
whites
now,
of their
but
eyes.
Yeah, hard to leave.
The glow in their
Yeah.
eyeballs. Then.
That's the secret to actually catching walleyes. Don't ever touch the net.
I mean, I think you could swim from Kloss and Ackley to Derlene and Barrio Ochoa faster than we just went there with the camera, as close as these two guys are.
These guys have been putting. They have three legals in the boat.
Another one hooked up here, maybe, possibly.
Jig dragging and.
Oh, no.
Sigh.
Shoot.
They're making the jig dragging program work, whereas, you know, you heard Bob saying they started out dragging jigs and couldn't put anything in the boat. So we saw, you know, Sean and his daughter struggling with the jig dragging, and they were right there, right in the right area. Just
eat the
couldn't get
pasta.
bites. These guys have something.
Take a 5-minute.
Sometimes it's just finding that right seam, right exact current seam or the right depth where those fish are going across there. You guys seem to have something dialed where they're wanting to set up. Those fish are wanting to set up on whatever they're on today.
A lot of factors play in when you're talking about the current pulling through this mouth of the river, too. You got to think about jig weight. You got to think about line diameter, the way that bait is drifting through the current.
So good.
All make a difference. Especially as ultra pressured as this area is, these fish get a PhD education in
You keep the sheepies off. I'm thinking there's
common walleye techniques.
the right kind.
Where are we going after? I kind of forgot.
I'm really surprised to see Okada sitting on 0, Kloss and Ackley sitting on 0, Miller and Solberg
Ted and Cody
still sitting on 0, still just that one for the Katowskis, and Joel Moots, very much the Bago guy himself, sitting on the best total of the day with 612. Derlene and Barry Ochoa are still right there, though. One solid, have to be the biggest fish of the day, but one solid fish would put those guys right where they need to be.
If they're going to catch a big fish like that, they're about in the best place they can be to do
absolutely.
it.
Yeah, if you guys are watching on Facebook or YouTube, don't be afraid. If you got a buddy who's a fan of Head2Head, send it to him. Share the stream. That's how we pump these numbers up. That's how we get the sponsors what they're looking for, get more pumped into this series, because I mean, you've seen it firsthand. You fished it yourself. This is something that's definitely got legs. It's a unique format, and man, you hear it from every single angler once they get off the water after their first Head2Head event. It's as intense as it gets.
It's hard to get any more exposure than you can get walleye fishing than you can on Head2Head right now.
Right.
Period. I mean, this is the best format in walleye fishing. And
Get a different angle on these fish?
There still seems to be some degree of people that forget that this is still going on.
Right.
You know, maybe
We probably just cruised over there.
this year we're catching up a little bit, catching some fire. We know I think we had a great season last year.
Yeah.
Enough to draw in some more people that are, tour level caliber guys that decided to come fish with us, and they're going to get a lot of great exposure for their sponsors, and get to have fun and catch a bunch of fish, and more of a, like I say, it's the best format in fishing. You don't have to take those big brutal boat runs in this kind of water where you can go long. If you're going to fish south on Winnebago, go launch at Black Wolf, limp out there. It's not that bad.
We're just going to idle
It's just that when you have to do those 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 mile runs, it gets brutal. So, I mean, that's one nice aspect of this. There's still people that, forgot that this is still going on. So, yeah, share it with your friends.
Absolutely.
Get everybody dialed in. We'll get this thing cranked back up. And, who knows? Someday we might see a professional series again on this.
I would love to see it.
I would, too.
Would love to see it.
Yeah, we're gonna probably move here. We're gonna try a different side of this reef, just the front of it, and might bounce and hit a couple different reefs. We did plan on fishing the other side of the lake today. We pre-fished this side a couple days ago, pre-fished that side yesterday. Have been kind of catching fish all over, but the conditions have obviously changed dramatically. In our first spot, it was too dirty. We gave it 30 minutes, made a huge move. The water's a little dirty over here, but not too dirty. So we're gonna try to figure something out. They're definitely being tight-lipped now, though. Thought maybe the wind would fire them up, but it seems like it's making it tougher on us at least.
We're seeing them. They're stacking up in the right spot. It's just getting them to go.
Yeah, they've been in the same areas that we knew they were.
Last 3 days pre-fishing, they've loaded, reloaded, left, reloaded again. And every time you pull up to them, if they're on, and it's just, sometimes it's waiting them out a little bit, and then it just catches fire. So we're just kind of hoping that's what happens for us, and we'll see.
We don't have too many other options,
No, we don't.
We know what our bite is, and we're just trying to make our bite work.
Make it happen,
guys. We have the trolling rods,
Good
but
job.
that's absolutely the last option, and I don't even know if that will happen.
Seem like they have a fairly aggressive attitude, and that's what you need. I have faith in those guys. They'll get on some fish.
Hey, Brody B hooked up, looking to close that gap.
That guy, Johnny boy. I gotta boom us out. Here.
Close. So many of those fish hit that net, and I'm like,
I know.
Oof,
So
right
many
there,
of them today.
Right there.
It's funny, that first event, we literally did not have a single dink hit the scales. Not one under 1 pound fish. And now in this one, there's a certain chance that we might see a dink win a match today. Obviously, it's too soon to call. We still got half the day left. The angler's got plenty of time, but that is always a possibility, especially on the Winnebago system, as fickle as it can be.
It just gives you an idea of that front end of this, in the early days and before the evolution with Head2Head, that when we had that 2 pound weight.
Right.
You see how hard it was out here?
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's like, 2 pounds, that's easy. All you got to do is catch 18 inches. Well, some of these fish post-spawn 18 aren't 2 pounds.
Right.
I'm here to tell you. Sometimes that's a lot bigger of a chore than what you think, catching
Yes.
2-pound plus fish on this system. We've seen one today.
Right. Yeah, if it was a 2-pound minimum, it would be a totally different
What is
day.
that one?
1-1.
1-1.
We got 4 fish on the board?
See, these guys got something, they just got the right
Yeah.
swerve in there.
Yes.
They got the right seam dialed.
Man.
They're doing a great job. They got right back in this thing. Now they're one swing out, one little, or maybe 2 at the size fish they're catching, but, you know, 2 is going to give them a lead for sure. Definitely the most exciting match of the day so far.
At least it's not raining.
Right. Don't say that.
Oh, with this wind, it just would be miserable.
Middleboard, you're up on this one so I don't lose
Uh-oh. Mooses are looking to fire back.
They're due. You know,
They are
got
due.
set up
My
on that
fault
next
if I
meet
lose
around
it
here.
this
and-
time.
Yeah, I lost the last one. You're up.
Oh, they did lose a fish.
That just seems fair.
All right.
Middle board's going back fairly good. You see how that fell out of line that
Equal
far?
opportunities to
Usually
mess
if it's
us up. We got one on that side,
you know,
Joel?
that
Yep,
13,
bottom wall.
14, hard to even get the board to go back.
Right.
But the board
Bottom
going
one?
back, it
Bottom
should be
board.
good if they can get it in the boat.
Yep.
See if they
Go
can
ahead.
execute.
Yep.
I got another one. Oh boy, I like it.
Another double potentially.
Got it?
This is scary.
Oh, don't bounce. Don't bounce.
Stay on, nice and easy.
These two seem to be
Nice,
very
easy, keep
proficient
tension
with
on
this
her.
Bago trolling bite. I do not think
top.
this is their first day at school here.
Walleye.
You got
Saw
it?
it come up back there. Didn't look huge.
It's gonna make it.
Yeah, I think so.
On it, I think. Yeah. That's making it. That's a pounder, isn't
That
it?
looks like the first one that they caught. That was 1-1.
Got it?
Yep.
Oh. Hey,
long
stay
as
in
they
the boat.
Stay in.
Where's he coming? Your side?
We will see. Do we have 2 walleyes
yeah,
on them?
kind of in the middle here.
Boy, another double for the Mooches would put that gap right back on Darlene and Barry Ochoa.
I see the bead.
Yep.
True head-to-head fish.
Oh, gosh darn it.
Whitey?
White bass, yeah.
All right.
Plenty of them around too.
I got him. I got the white
It's
tail.
still going to keep it pretty tight then if this one makes it. They're still not pulling away.
Not by any means. This is going to be a tight one right till the end, I got a feeling.
Hook in the finger.
Just like all of them really up to this point. We got no runaways here. Every single boat in our 10-boat field is in it at this
He's
point.
gonna go a pound.
This one's right there. Right there. Boy, it's going to be close.
I'm going to need the pliers.
Okay.
We're taking a hard right, too, just so you know.
Yeah. Pliers.
I think it's going to make it.
Just turned a little bit.
Look at his hand.
Yeah.
I'm looking at his hand, looking at the fish, just how he's holding it. You know, you kind of get an idea. It's like, boy, it looks.
There's been a couple of these that have fallen the right way multiple times for these teams, especially the Mooches and Brody and John. It seems like.
Yeah, we've seen at least 3 or 4 of those 1-0s today.
Right. And then for Kloss and Ackley, it doesn't seem like any of them can fall the right way.
There it goes.
And
15 ounces, 1-0.
Seriously, lock already.
1-0.
There we go, 1-2.
1-2.
1-2.
Nice. Puts the gap right back on Darlene and Barry Ochoa.
I'm not sure if that's
Just at.
I think that's just the turn.
the turn, putting pressure.
That brings us to the end of that second period, halftime. with that fish, that puts moots up about 2 pounds, 10 ounces with 714 over Deline and Barrio Ochoa. Brody and John have had a pretty good second period, though. They put 312 in the boat. Keeps them right in it. They're right in the hunt. Cody and Ted still struggling. We haven't seen much of them today. No scoreable fish on the board. McCoy and Labs, just 2 fish for those guys on the board, but it gives them that 2-6 lead. It seems like they've been looking at some fish. Kind of gives them the edge right now, but don't count out Cody and Ted. They got half 2 hours left and a full half to figure it out yet. Joe Cotta with 1 short fish, still maintaining a lead by virtue of his 14-ounce under against Klaus and Ackley. Have put a couple short fish in the boat, but no scoreables yet. Don and Yodar making adjustments out there, trying to get that reef bite dialed in. Still no scoreable fish, and Katowski's have that 1-1 that they caught right away, which gives them the edge by 1 pound, 1 ounce. Grams and Grams made an adjustment out of the mouth of the river, out to the rocks. They're still sitting at 0, looking for that first fish. Nickel and Golke, they've put a short on the board, casting a crankbait, and they're making adjustments now, just trying to find those reef fish and see what they're doing. So that's where we stand right now. Okay, with that, at halftime, we're going to go back to Tyler with TRS Live Shopping and see what he's got in store for us now.
Hey, welcome back into TRS Live Shopping, bringing you guys the hottest deals, trying to give back to all of our viewers on the head-to-head streams, Fix TV, YouTube, and Facebook. We appreciate all of you guys for following along. Little tougher day. We got some really tight matches, though. This is what makes head-to-head so fun. The first event was great with all those big weights, but these tight matches bring an interesting dynamic to it. Everyone's still in it, and so are you. You are in store for some very good deals here. We started our show with a great deal, over 50% off on the VMC Twitch and Jig. This is a combination of marabou and jig skirt here, built on that legendary moon eye head that you're all used to and love from VMC. Interesting option if you're looking to show them something a little different while you're jigging. This is a great option, and it is regular price $6.49. You can get it today for $3.11. Up next is the Berkley Flicker Shad. All sizes, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9. The original, not the jointed, not the shallow, but the original. All sizes, all colors, $2.95. Regular price is $5.79. You can get this for more than 50% off right now, today at therealshot.com. So great deal on Flicker Shads. You're trolling on Bago, you're going to go through a pile of them. It's a snaggy beast out there. So stock up right now. It's a prime time to stock up on some Berkley Flicker Shads and stock up your tackle box for the spring. We saw some guys casting, got some guys trolling. The Mootzes are putting on a show right now, and I think that this is what they're using. So you can get it right now, $2.95 at The Real Shot. And then for our number 3, we got Z-Man Diesel Minnows. Anyone who knows about the Z-Man Elastec plastic knows that you put this on your jig head and you catch fish on it all day long. One bait, you're good to go. The Diesel Minnow is a great swim bait, whether you're casting it and reeling it, popping it around on the bottom. Great option for about a 4-inch profile on there. Comes in some great Z-Man colors. Z-Man's got great colors for bass, for walleye, you name it. The Diesel Minnow is great. Every fish species eats something that swims, so might as well get on these deals here. Regular price $4.49. You can get them today for $2.69. $2.69, a little less than 50% off on the Z-Man Diesel Minnows. All sizes, 4-inch, all colors, some great colors, some hot colors here. This electric chicken would be great on a dirty Lake Winnebago for sure. After that, we will be back with more deals for the last hour of competition. But if you want to cash in on any of these deals that you see here, get on the old Google machine, type in therealshot.com. Across the top of that homepage, you will see there is a staff picks tab. Click there. and then click on TRS Real Deals. That is where you will find all of these TRS live shopping deals for the day. Cash in on these savings. These are great, great prices. Can't find them that cheap anywhere else on some really, really great products. So till then, we appreciate you guys hanging along with us. We'll take a look at some highlights here from our action thus far, and then have a word from our sponsors, and then back to the action on the water.
Zeros. Better than nothing. Got him.
All right, we got one in.
So you got a hook. Got him?
Got him.
Nice.
Nice. Let's go, Johnny boy. Feeling cheeky. Yes. Fine. I need a fish, Nick.
Dinks or dinks? It is a dink. You got another? Yep. What should I get the net? I'm gonna wait.
Big in that red and white.
It is. It's not big enough.
Look at, we gotta hold them way out so they look bigger.
W7's got it right. Covering girls' high school sports all the time. 100% free, 100% live. W7 for the girls.
Quinn and Tracker here from Sportamotive in Appleton.
Shopping for your next watercraft is easy as Sportamotive, your trusted partner.
With Tracker's no hassle, no haggle pricing program, you'll get your best deal this spring.
For over 40 years, Sportamotive has been your authorized Tracker boat dealer.
With our award-winning service department and winner of the Mercury CSI Award for over 14 years in a row. Sportamotive in Appleton, your authorized Nitro and Tracker boat dealer.
Welcome back to this windy walleye Wednesday. Let's see if Winnebago is going to give up some fish in the second half here. Some great deals from Tyler there at TRS Live Shopping. Fantastic price for flicker sheds. Those baits catch walleyes all over the country. Crazy good price for some very durable plastic Z-Man paddle tails. And the quality hooks on those VMC twitch jigs, fantastic. Great prices, go get some and get fishing. What do you think, Tyler? Are we going to see some fish catches in this second half for these H2H fans today?
Yeah, I think we're warming up a little bit. I think things are going to improve. We're with a team right now that I'm really, really shocked to see sitting on 0. So there's certainly some teams, Grams and Grams, Nickel Golke, Clausen Ackley, Joe Okada, where I really feel like they're going to have a strong second half. A lot of guys are cycling through some stuff too, making some adjustments. We've seen Joe move around some. These two have moved around a pretty good bit.
It's interesting because you think people, when you talk about sharing the stream and getting people on this, some people might think, oh, they're on Winnebago, oh, they're not catching a lot of fish. But from a tournament angler standpoint, it can be more valuable to watch this show right now when these guys are in a pressure cooker.
Right.
Because Ted and Cody are in a pressure cooker, and don't think for a second they're just going to ride this thing out.
Right.
Those guys are going to hammer for these last 2 hours and try to put
I almost
fish in
wonder
the
what the wind's going to do.
Watching what they do on this body water in these conditions might help you as a tournament angler more than just watching them whack them.
Right.
You know? I mean, this is crunch time.
There we
These
go.
are really important decisions. These guys just made a move. They got to fish
Don't
on.
say that. Don't say that.
I'm hopefully jinxing it.
Yeah, I think you're jinxing
first scoreable here.
Damon gets a keeper here.
It's coming up quick.
Looks good.
It's a walleye.
It does.
Looks bent good.
There we go. I knew I was due. I knew I was due.
0-0 tie.
All right, I got to take a shot of Nightcrawler juice now. Let's go.
That one's over a pound.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Absolutely, it is.
Slow roll.
Slow rolling, baby.
Okay.
Slow rolling.
There we go. We're on the board.
All right.
That's a nice
That's
chunky
what we needed.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's exactly what we needed, Damon. Thank you. My 2 don't count too much. They do, but not as much as that one does.
Yeah.
Let's go. Remind me later. I don't. Okay. We're in a clear. Zeros. See that?
Breaking that 0-0 tie with the Grams here.
Bit.
Someone asking in the chat where we're at. We are on the Winnebago chain, and for the Winnebago chain, that's kind of the average bite that you like to be getting. This one right here.
Roast me in the comments.
Roast me in the comments. You ever seen someone lip a walleye? Kids, don't do it. It hurts.
You ever seen someone copy somebody else and use the same similar bait? Oh yeah, we're doing it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. That's what we want to see.
Dial it in, boys.
Slow down. Get up. Go back up. Go back up. There you go.
These guys
are so heavy.
That'll be a nice one.
Come on, lock in. Is she gonna lock? Oh, man.
Do you want to try that other scale?
No, it's not gonna matter.
That's a good fish. What is it bouncing at?
I've seen a 111, 112 a lot.
Yeah, it's a good fish. That's solid.
Okay.
Do you want to get out that other one just in case?
Yeah, we're gonna have to because this thing's just not locking in.
But you think it's the scale itself, or do you think it's just not locking because of how rough it is?
We're gonna find out though.
Okay.
We can't keep wasting time waiting for this fish to.
Yep, you're okay. We'll stop for a second. Your safety is more important than us weighing that fish. Here you go, bud. Put this one to the side. We'll find out real quick if it is.
All right, clear. Camera zeros. Good.
Yeah.
It's just rough.
It is just
I'll
rough.
stay right here for a second.
In these
Actually,
waves
never
makes
mind.
it really
Get back to
difficult to
fishing.
get
Yeah, I'll get out of your way
lock
while
in.
you're not holding the fish up. All right.
Okay, that's the number we want to see. That's the number we want to see. Get there. Come on, lock in. No, stop. Participation trophy goes to. I don't know. You make a judgment call. I've seen 111 a lot. 112?
112?
I'm good with 112, sir.
Okay.
Okay, 112.
Just gotta call
112
it.
going back. Make sure he goes over the gunnel.
Yeah. Over the gunnel.
Not the smallmouth.
No penalties for this group, all right? We already had one.
It gets to that point where you're worried about
decided to throw a smallmouth
fish health.
overboard.
No, I mean, it,
Hey,
he
he just wanted the cannonball. He told me that he was visiting the water park this morning and he wanted a cannonball.
All right, let's go.
These guys might have been shotgunning Red Bulls. And
Weigh that fish. Weigh the
I like
fish.
it. I like it. I like the energy.
All are always wired up.
Paperwork. There's paperwork for everything in life.
They
Shout out to
were
all my guys in
worried
the
about
prison
getting a penalty release in that
gals.
fish below the gunnel, and they almost
How
got
much
one
we
for not
love
entering.
paperwork.
Gotta put that fish in
1 pound,
the
not
system
2
before
pounds.
you make
Oh,
another
gosh.
cast. Your partner can be
1
casting.
pound, 12 ounces. Submit new catch.
We're in the lead.
All right, we got a fish on the board. Let's go. We got to capitalize
on
a few
the
more
board.
times. Let's get this
Yeah,
rolling.
we need to keep boating them.
I got a feeling. they're
Yeah,
gonna
hey, you
catch
guys want to
another
see what happens to night crawlers when they're in the worst foam container that they could possibly be in?
Oh, man.
All right. I'm going to do it for camera, boys.
Oh, no.
I'm just kidding. That's
Don't do
disgusting.
that.
I
Don't
thought
do
he was
that.
really going to do it.
I had y'all fooled for a second, though. All right, let's have some fun. Except that cast kind of stuff.
I'm all checked up on Mountain Dew.
Yeah, exactly right. Boys are bringing the energy this morning.
You still doing 8th?
Yeah. It's,
Okay. Really slow then.
dude,
probably.
stupid slow. Like,
And that one
just
before
let
that
it-
cranked
that
it,
boat
didn't it?
Yeah,
Just
I
let
was
it
going to say,
tick,
the mood
tick,
has
tick.
lightened for sure.
Okay.
The beauty of head-to-head. It's all
So if you're not
captured
feeling
live.
bottom, you're not going to get bit.
correct.
Nowhere else.
If you ain't on bottom, you ain't getting bit.
And
You're
they
gonna find this kind of action.
caught a fish. Their motor didn't hit the bottom. Their trolling motor didn't hit the bottom. No one got hung in the kicker. That was a very successful, smooth,
Like, you want a
very
couple
smooth
snags to
process
verify
for
that
these
you
two.
got it.
I feel for those guys.
What'd I tell you?
It's-
Your next fish
got
was going to be
really
over
good
a
pull
pound.
and
I guessed
scale,
it.
and it's just
Hey,
tough
man,
when it's that
we're
windy
just
to
happy
get
to
those things
contribute like
lock in.
always. 'Cause we're just having fun.
Oh, you can see how they're rocking and rolling in them waves, man.
Can't even feel this thing.
Then you ain't far enough down.
Mitch Dawn, Kurt Yoder. Still trailing from that 1-1 the Katowskis caught in the very beginning of this match. Looking to get on the board. We've seen them catch a couple non-scorables. Still sticking with their Bago Rock plan.
Where are you going?
Mitch hooked up.
Hooked up.
Right there? Yep. I'm coming.
Easy does it, fellas.
Yeah, this is an important one for them.
Hey, hey, hey.
Go.
Did you get a look at that one?
Easy. Bit.
Oh, it looks
Yeah.
like it's gonna make it.
That's a decent one. Oh.
A decent one for a little one, Tyler?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good eater.
Yeah, exactly right.
Looks like a walleye sandwich to me.
Mm-hmm. Fish tacos for sure. Only got to be better than 1-1 though. So
Yeah, I think that one's gonna make it.
I'm gonna make this one a real tight match here, real quick.
Yeah, it's gonna be within an ounce probably, one way or the other, to the good or to the bad. 1-2.
Taking 111.
111.
Wow, way different
111.
camera look at that
Yeah.
fish. It's just like what we're seeing here in the studio. Yeah, it just seems like. Nice
2 hours
job.
in.
Mitch is a tall fella though. He's got big hands. He's very deceiving.
Takes the lead from Katowski's.
Absolutely, it
Snatched
does.
it away from
Yeah.
them. They're pulling right up in there by the former Pioneer Wall.
Slack line.
I'd love to see that piece of property develop one of these days.
Yeah.
I don't know what's ever going to happen with that. I've been waiting for a lot of years. I feel like I put the curse on that. My wife and I got married there.
Really?
And then they tore it down the next
Darn.
year. It's been gone since.
There is the Katowskis. Still working that mouth of the river. Still pulling flies, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're pulling flies or if they're just dragging live bait because you know they got those bouncers out. So, and the thing is when you're pulling into it with the live bait, you're usually going a little bit too slow to pump those flies. So they're just kind of hovering, dragging that live bait real slow. Maybe they're fly pulling with just a dead rod in, but
yeah.
most of their fish, like, I thought he was gonna hook up right there. Those dead rods have the bottom bouncers. I think he said they have 4-ounce bouncers on. A hook and a worm. Keep it simple.
Everything likes a crawler.
Yeah, they should have a catfish by now.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they don't.
I hate to put that bad juju on them, but
very surprised that they don't.
Ow. That's a gust.
Well, a couple quality fish back to back there. Put 2 of our teams on the board.
Yeah.
Probably a lot of people tuning in today, getting an idea of what's going on for weekend tournaments. You know, we're getting into that stretch on Winnebago where it seems like there's a tournament or two every
single
weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's a good opportunity to kind of get a feel for what's going on out there. Most of these guys know it's tough, and we're on a short day. These guys are going to be in a pressure cooker to put something together here in 4 hours.
Hey, Mitch is hooked up again.
Mitch might have found the right rock pile here with Kurt.
Gonna be close. Gonna be close.
Should go, though. I think that'll go.
Gonna be close.
They get that right part of that reef figured out where these fish are holding, they can put up some weight pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely they could.
There's 2 really fast ones there.
Oh, it looks like it's gonna go. Looks like it's hovering right there at that 1 even mark.
I'm getting seasick looking at it. I can't hardly.
There it is. 1 even locked in. 2 scorables just like that for the Don Yoder combo.
Get these guys fired up a little bit.
Yeah.
They stay pretty calm though.
That they do. And they have
calm and collected.
They know they got a job to do against the defending champs. They are not going to give it to them easy.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling knowing you're fishing against those guys, eh?
And they proved it last season.
Really good fishermen.
They proved it in the first event of this season. They are a 4th quarter team. Never count them out. Take a ride over to Mr. Joe Okada. Got the lead via a dink in this match. Looking to get on the board with a scoreable.
We saw Joe put that small one in the boat right away. He's been pretty quiet.
Looks like he's hooked up.
Coming back. He found one there. He's walking it back, which makes me think that it's probably got a little bit of weight to it.
For sure.
He's going to be going back so he can get to his net.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if he'll make a pound. Let's see here.
Okay.
Actually, he should. He should get there.
Little slip bobber rig out.
Yep.
That sun just started to come out, didn't it?
Look at the head of that fish is what we can see. It looks like it's pretty close.
Close. It's going to be real close.
Should go. 1, 2.
1, 2.
There we go. Joe's on
Holy
the board
cow,
with
it took
a
2
scoreboard.
hours to get a 1-pounder. I've had 3 other chances in here. 2 of them might have been the same fish, but there's a few fish milling around in here, and I was just saying I didn't get in here till later in the day, and I think it just got to warm up a little bit because they're kind of chasey, but they didn't really want it. So that's a good sign. Just a little rocket bobber and a jig and a worm, just floating it over the tops of the weeds. Pretty embarrassing how bad it is right now, but we'll get a few.
A little rocket bobber and a worm here, but
has yet to enter that
Joe
fish.
still needs to pull his phone out and enter that fish.
There's got to be more. There is more. I know there is. They just got to get active.
Joe,
Don't cast. Don't cast. Don't. Ah.
No, is his camera guy, will his camera guy speak this?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
Okay. Little drama here. Everybody tries their best.
Yeah, and on these slow days, it's the easiest to forget about that kind of stuff, especially with the changing conditions. Heard him just starting to get fired up about what he was seeing, and
he's going to sit a penalty now? Is that what it's going to be for that? Yeah.
once the word gets out to the cameraman in that boat, the unfortunate news will be brought to Joe Okada that he gets to take a timeout for 2 minutes. Seems to be pretty intently looking right now, though, and that's a problem. This is a delayed penalty. If he catches one while he's
in penalty,
it's not going to count.
It's not going to count. Yeah, that would be tragic. That'd be tragic.
That would be. That absolutely would be.
Hopefully Joe gets the memo here pretty quick. Our tournament director is
in contact
with the cameraman to inform Joe. But until then, it's his dilemma.
Yes. Gosh, and Joe is always so laser focused about this kind of stuff. I'm surprised to see a penalty like
called
that.
Fish and then just shifted gears a little bit, started baiting up. Yep.
He did a great job breaking down what's going on, though. He's fishing a real shallow flat, weed-covered flat, looked like slip bobber and a real light jig maybe, and a full crawler on there for him. A lot of times you'll see it where those fish will pick up off a bottom once that sun starts beating on them a little bit, and they're a little more accessible.
And sometimes they're just feeding up a little bit. You know? I mean, it's all fish. You kind of get you get that picture with live scope, whether they're feeding up or feeding down.
Right.
Sometimes you pitch at a suspended fish and they just follow it right down. And sometimes once it's past their line of sight, they don't even look at it.
Right.
So you have to decide that's a good scenario where you'd want to try fishing a bobber and a jig where they're not going down. This, it's no different than for you, like in the bass world, whether you're using a drop shot or fishing on bottom. There's times of the year early where people think, oh, drop shot, yay, but the fish aren't looking that way.
They're
and there's
feeding
times
down.
Where you can run a tube past them and they're never going to look at it because they're only feeding up.
Yep.
So figuring out feeding up or down, crucial.
Very crucial.
Both species.
Yeah, and that's something without live sonar that was always so tricky to figure out too, is not being able to read those clues and see them visually. It makes things much more difficult. But now you get the picture played out right in front of you.
Yeah, you see some crazy stuff and you can learn so much every day out on the water just staring at a screen on forward facing.
Yeah.
I do a lot of bass fishing up north too, and some of the clear lakes like Lac du Flambeau chain that I fish a lot, by midsummer, late summer, those fish are cruising, smallmouth are cruising so high that a lot of times I'm running a drop shot with like a 4-foot drop.
Right.
Because you just don't touch them otherwise.
Got to get that bait up off the bottom for sure.
Joe should be getting a contact here pretty soon. I'm kind of just crossing my fingers he doesn't drill one right now.
And
I forgot to put that into the tracker app.
I used to sit in the corner for 2 minutes. That's not bad. It's better than losing the fish.
Correct.
I've seen that happen before.
I don't think so. Okay.
Joe's on the board. That's the good news.
That is the good news. I believe we have no more 0-0 matches. Oh, he still doesn't know it's a penalty. He put it in, but he still doesn't know.
Looks like Joe's got to be somewhere on that north shore of the Upper Lakes.
Yep.
Fairly protected in there. Looks like by the mouth of the river.
Yes, it does.
Mouth of the Wolf. One of those springtime spots. It's like a funnel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Deer hunting spot.
If you sat on that point and knew exactly how many walleyes swam through there, I think that you would be shocked.
We got clarification from our tournament director whether that is a penalty for that?
Yes,
or
it is.
Is indeed a penalty? So
Correct.
He's just not aware yet?
No,
That's the
not
next
aware.
memo he's going to get?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Try to keep everybody informed on what's going on before everyone jumps to conclusions.
That is where we are at. It is, there is limited cell reception in this area. The word will get to Joe ASAP, but this is
just one of those situations, where we don't have a marshal, we have a camera guy who's, basically observing everything, but doesn't necessarily know exactly what the details are on these situations.
correct.
Joe's dangerously close to catching one that's
I
not gonna count.
know, he absolutely is. And you can tell he's fishing intently. He's interacting with fish right now.
No, I don't want to look.
I don't either. I don't either. The penalty was for not entering the fish when it was casting before entering the fish is the technicality of the penalty. It's really in there for, one, the sake of the fish. That way no one wants to catch the fish, net it, and then immediately get back out there and delay the weighing process anymore. But in this situation, we're trying to keep the bookkeeping up to date. We can keep this live scoring as best as we can. And you prevent that situation of anyone sandbagging their entire day and then entering all of them at the end. Very evident that Joe knows that this is absolutely going to take more than the one that he just boated, and the intensity seems to have got to him.
We talked about this one at the beginning of the show, just that these two teams are both probably more comfortable on the bay.
Right.
And that this one was really going to be, you know, having both lost in the last round, that they're both really chomping at the bit to get this one done.
Yeah. Neither of them fished head-to-head with us last year. Joe, very well versed in the head-to-head format, mostly during our Pro Walleye series. Klaus and Ackley have been fans of the show for a long time. This is their first year jumping into the format, and man, I would be shocked to see them, either of these teams, start their season 0-2, but that's the situation that we're in right now. Someone has to lose and someone has to win.
Yeah. Definitely in a nice sheltered area, and I'm assuming, I think he might be pulled down too.
He certainly could be in that area. If he is where I think he is, he certainly could be pulled down working fish.
Well, you could see that his bobber setup was, you know, fairly shallow. You know, it's a short lead. It's the 3 feet of a deal, kind of. So it's in that 3 to 4 feet of water, shallower water, and that's kind of that delta where the river comes in, is what I'm assuming. There's a lot of fish that travel through there this time of year. Spawn for a long time.
Yeah, and there's a lot of forage where he's at too. This is kind of a lot of fish spawn up in around these areas. You have all that fry, all those fish up in there to spawn, perch, bluegill. Also a lot of mud in this area, great for the bug hatches and stuff like that. So it is a buffet for walleyes, attracting them to the area. But like we're seeing today, he talked about interacting with more fish than what he's caught, and that's the nature of being in a situation that's full of life like that. These fish have plenty to eat, and they don't really have any reason to fall for anything that isn't as natural as it gets, even with a jig and a crawler under a bobber.
It's Mother Nature's way of protecting the bago system.
Correct.
That is 100% fact. That's about the best way I can explain it. There's enough food here to keep these fish happy, otherwise most of them will be cut up.
Yeah, that's really, you see all these non-target species as well. This is just a very, very fertile body of water. Nutrient rich.
Seems like once or twice every 10 years, you'll have a year where the forage is down and the fish are just
that is a penalty?
getting pounded.
Okay.
Oh, I just found out.
And they get harvested.
Well, let's serve one then.
Oh, thankfully you made it through that without having to throw a keeper back.
Catching a 5-pounder or something.
Don't see that happen to anybody.
Tell him I'm sorry. I didn't know if that was a penalty or not.
Time to hydrate.
That's right.
Relax, regroup.
Take a little break. Great time for us to remind you, if you're watching, enjoying what you're seeing, share it with your friends. Send it in the text messages, send it in the DM, share it on your main feed. We appreciate all of it.
Sorry, man. Gotta go around you.
Back over to Dawn and Yoder. Just took that lead over from the Katowskis. Got 211 on the board and looking to add one more.
Looks like a legal fish.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks pretty similar to that one that they just voted.
Whoops, sorry. Yep, I got it up.
I don't know if these guys have moved around a whole lot today. It sounded like they've moved a couple areas, but
where are we at here?
Really locking down, fishing slow, jigging a crawler.
Trying to read those reefs, watch how the current and waves are hitting them and where the fish are setting up and get dialed in on that. And they seem to be doing a good job of it.
Yeah.
They definitely have something figured out here. 3 keepers in the boat in fairly short order. Well, if this one makes it. Looks like it's going to make it.
114.
Oh, yeah.
Other one. Nice.
That's what I thought. Nice fish. Three scorables short order for those guys, so that puts them in a good shape. If they can keep the hammer down, it'll be hard for Katowskis to catch them.
Absolutely it will.
But yeah, like you were saying, you've had, everywhere I go, traveling around, fishing, I was just recently out at Erie, and I've been out to Detroit this year. I've been all over, and it seems like everybody asks me, well, that'd be so great for Head2Head to come back with the Pro Series. And like you said, share the stream. The more people we get on here, the more impressions we get, the better it is for all of us. And
absolutely. Get
this thing cooking again. Definitely the best format in walleye fishing. Everybody wants to see it come back, me included.
Back over to Ted and Cody. Haven't seen them much today. Been a pretty slow day for these guys. Nothing on the board so far for them. They're still very manageable. Hooked up.
Good one.
That looks like a good
might reach.
Oh no, I take that back. We're with McCoy and Labs. We're with the other side of this bracket. That's my bad. Eric McCoy hooked up. Another scoreable looks like.
Maybe.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. I think that one's going to make it.
That's easy.
I do too.
That's a scoreable.
Eric's going to bust me. Eric's going to bust me. I thought he was Cody.
Be over a pound.
Steve's much better looking than Ted, though. not nearly as shiny up top.
Zero.
That one is definitely going to score for these guys. Put a little more gap on Miller and Solberg.
Yeah, they're not lighting the world on fire, but they got 3 scoreables. And
1-6.
I was going to say Ted and Cody are still pulling their hair out, but maybe Ted's pulling Cody's hair out.
Yeah, I was going to say, given what we saw, yeah. I don't.
1 pound, 6 ounce, sir.
Yeah. Ted already pulled all his hair out. He don't have any left. 1-6 there.
Yeah.
For Eric and Steve. Absolutely.
Little bit of action. We've seen a few
3 pounds, 12 ounces, Eric.
What's that?
We have 3 pounds, 12 ounces.
Yep.
Little breaks in the action give you time to go pick up some of those 295 flicker shad.
Yeah, exactly.
It must not be updating. I just don't believe they have 0.
I don't either, but.
People asking, we are on the Winnebago chain today. Most of our anglers on Lake Winnebago. See, I mean, looking from this angle, they both got their hood up. They both got gray jackets on.
Up again.
Oh.
Maybe not.
Oh, boy. This boat's got to be spinning. Ted Miller, Cody Solberg. How wild would it be to see these guys sitting at 500 after the first 2? I guess not the most unbelievable, but man, it would Boy, it would put him in a pressure cooker.
Deshaun.
Cody hooked up. That did
These
not
things.
Look. Not what we are looking for.
Woo!
Below the gunnel, Solberg, below the gunnel. Good work.
Sheephead. Is it working now?
No. We'll see. I took the cord off, put it back on, repowered up.
There's fish everywhere. Just a matter of if any of them are walleyes or not, I guess.
Unknown transducer.
This is not good. Ted's having transducer troubles in the back. Cody's catching sheephead up front. This is worst case scenario for these guys in a very, very critical match that I know they had circled on their schedule. Greg in the chat says, fun morning watching Head2Head at the Small Craft Advisory on Green Bay. Perfect way to get your fix of fishing if it's blowing out on the big lake. Seeing some guys dealing with some adverse wind and weather conditions today.
Yeah, definitely if you're in the Fox Valley. Come down, buy some tackle, tune into a little Head2Head, or even think about the next season. You know, this is a good time of year. People don't think about it, but the summer comes fast, and it's a great time of year to think about your archery tackle, getting your bow restrung, getting your crossbow restrung, and TRS a great place to come. Great bowsmiths here to get your work done on your archery gear, and it's a great time of year to knock that stuff out, especially when you get a blow day like this. It feels good to get some work done.
Absolutely.
Fish.
Stay ahead of the game.
Good one.
Hey.
I don't know.
Good one for Steve.
Steve's joining the party.
Sheep.
Don't say that.
That's a lot.
Huh?
Absolutely, that's a walleye.
Good.
Nice.
Where the heck is the bait
Another
go
nice one.
Oh, off in the net.
I think it was good.
Yeah, good.
These guys are on.
That's a good one.
Looking to put a little gap on them now.
Their fish are definitely starting to turn on.
Yeah.
And that could be problematic.
Zeros? Oops.
You think about it, 3:12, that's not insurmountable. We got plenty of time. We got over an hour, you know. I mean, you go on a little bit of a heater and you can make that up quick. It's going to be hard, though, if these guys stay on it.
Yes.
2 pounds even.
Yep. Especially 2-pounders. Those are hard to come by today.
Those are a rare commodity. That is only the second fish over 2 pounds that we've seen today, as wild as that seems. Heck yeah, Steve.
Fish.
Uh-oh.
Hang on. Coming.
Come on.
What did I say about going on a heater?
Yeah, I was going to say right here.
Ted and Cody better go on a heater. Or they're going to have problems right now.
Oh, that was another. Yeah.
Nice. That was another
net. Nice.
Yeah, I'm going to enter mine quick, and then I'll...
Yeah, so I can't cast till you're done.
Nope, you can't cast. Let me enter mine.
Yeah, his is weighed. He's still got to put it in the phone.
2 even for Steve Lobs.
Very good execution for these guys. Boom, boom. As soon as he gets that one in, one of them can fish, correct?
Correct.
My drag was like super loose when I set the hook. I don't know how I got that one.
2 pounds even.
Yeah.
Got yours
See
done?
that 512
Yep, mine's done.
total
Okay.
pop in there with that 2-pounder. Get Eric's weighed.
Immediately after he hits submit on that, Eric can start fishing.
Correct.
He's back in action. Steve weighed his second fish, and they're firing on all cylinders.
That looks like another almost 2-pounder.
Really good quality. 2 really
Almost
good
twins, yeah.
115.
Yeah.
There it is.
Like you said, twins it is.
Now McCoy and Lobs are challenging for the biggest weight of the day. Again.
Yeah.
Again.
job, Eric.
Comes in, bumps
7
those guys
pounds
up to 7-11 on the day.
I'm gonna bring this net back up here. Miss another one?
That was a giant.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
If it was a walleye, that was a 5-pounder.
Oh boy.
Easy.
But it was long and skinny.
Might have been a pike.
Leave one team that's heating up.
Jesus.
Slide on over to
How
Kloss
do
and
you know
Ackley,
there's a
who are
tournament
freshly. Hey, whoa, hook set. Bob Kloss looking to get on the board.
This one looks like a keeper.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know. You just get the feel for it. Come on.
Does seem like they switched techniques up a little bit. Ooh.
White blobs. That's what we're talking about. I'm gonna leave the net back here again.
That one makes it. This one's going to be right down to the
Yeah,
wire.
it is. Golly. Both these
Right here.
teams looking to
Got
collect
it.
their
Yeah.
first win of the season in the second event.
We got a bunch of them. We brought like 2 of them along.
I'm willing to venture that one's bigger than a 1-2.
I feel like they're going to snatch the lead away from Joe here. Joe just retained it with that last fish, and
Just
they're going
dragging
to
it,
snatch it away from him again here.
Saw that.
It's more like a 1.5, 1.6 type
That
fish.
Yeah, it does.
Ooh, hook set in the back there.
Might be getting on a little pot of fish here.
Yes.
Starting now.
Definitely looks to me like these guys made a little move out into the lake.
For sure.
Tilt detected. Weird.
114, baby.
That one called it at 114. Turning over the lead in that match.
Nice chunky.
Snatching it away from Mr. Joe Okada.
Nice chunky walleye.
Snagging the bottom and screwing up my crawler.
All right, we made a move. We decided to venture out in the waves and see how good, bad, or ugly they were. About a 6-mile run from where we were, sitting on some rocks, jigging a crawler right now. So that we got that first one here. Our status. Record new.
Like we said, 114 gives those guys a lead in their match. Back over to another team with the hot hand. Mitchell Dawn, Kurt Yoder. Sitting on 4-9, 3 fish. Big fish is a 114, and they are hooked up.
It's hooked up again.
Kurt's been taking over the front of that boat, letting Mitch jig off the back. This is a team that's working like a well-oiled machine here.
Yeah, that's 4 fish this period for them.
Yeah.
All pretty much third period fish. They definitely made the
14 ounces
adjustments
worth?
they needed to.
Yes. Whatever move they have made is paying off big time.
They put Katowski's in a bad spot right now.
Yes, they did.
Looks like a pounder, huh?
I think so.
That one's gonna make it.
When he first scooped it, they got to get a different net or something. It's got my eyes all messed up. Every time they hit the
These
net,
guys
from that
more than
boat-
anybody
yeah.
in this boat that we're misjudging them by far. It must just be the distance in camera.
Zeros.
Play this game.
Drum roll, please.
1-1. It's on both sides.
1-1.
So it's a good deal.
Another scoreable.
The way that they're attacking it. You know, they have one partner bringing it with the waves towards the boat, one going the opposite way. Just kind of seeing if there's one way they prefer or not, and it seems to be working for them.
Yeah.
They're both catching them.
Looked like Mitch just had a bite there too.
Yeah, that's what I
nipped
was
off his
thinking.
crawler.
Pulled his pants down a little bit.
That's right.
1.1 submitted.
Hold on, let me look.
Yes. Same.
Well, that brings us to 10 o'clock, end of the third period. It was a pretty good period. We saw some nicer fish caught. Moots they managed to put one more on the board, bring their total up to 714. They're kind of hanging in there. A little bit of a slump. That last fish I believe they caught was like 902. So it was a fairly quiet period for them, but they're still hanging on. Derline and Barry Ochoa sneaking in. They're right there within a couple pounds. 5-4. And then we have Solberg and Miller are sitting on zeros yet. They're struggling today, still looking for that first legal fish. McCoy and Labs seem to have figured out their fish a little bit. They got a little bit of something going now. They're sitting at 7-11. They had 5-5 in that period, starting to put things together and putting the heat on Cody and Ted. Joe Okada put his first keeper in the boat at 1-2 and took the lead, and then Nick Ackley and Bob Klaus fired right back with a 114 and snatched that lead back. Kurt Yoder and Mitch Dawn had a good period, figured out their rock pile bite. They're sitting at 5-10 with a lead over Katowski's, who have just that one keeper that they caught in the first period, 1-1. Sean Grahams and Riley, they're still struggling out there. They made a move out to the lake, still trying to figure out a little bit of a rock pile bite. We'll see if they can put something together here in the fourth period. Alec Nickel and Damon Golke seem to have kind of gotten something figured out on the rocks. They put a 112 in the boat plus a short fish or two. And we'll see if they can keep her going into the fourth period. That's the scoreboard for now. And let's take a look at some TRS live shopping with Tyler in the Bastermind studio.
All right, it is time for the fourth and final TRS live shopping deal of the day. Give you a little rundown on what we've been through thus far. We started off with our number one, the $6.49 retail VMC Twitch and Jig. We got them on sale right now for $3.11. Pretty good deal on those, almost 50%, over 50% off on these guys here. Great little jig, kind of a combination of a hair jig and a got some rubber skirt in there. Got some awesome colors. This hot pink one looks really good. They got some blacks. They got some black and purples. They got some natural colors. So give that a look. Then we went to the Berkeley Flicker Shads. This is a banner deal here. Regular price, $5.79 on these guys. Today, TRS live shopping price, $2.95. $2.95 for Flicker Shads. How can you beat that? You know you're going to go through a bunch of them. You know your box has got some holes in it. We have all the sizes in the original Flicker Shad, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9. All of the great colors, all on sale, $2.95, less than $3 for Berkeley Flicker Shad. You can load the boat on a great deal today through the TRS live shopping deals. Then we went over to the Z-Man Diesel Minnows. Great soft plastic swim bait, paddle's tail style, 4-inch profile. Got some great colors in this as well. Some natural colors, some hotter colors, dirty water type colors. Great little paddle tail swim bait if you're looking for an alternative to live bait while you're out there jigging on them rock piles. Give the Diesel Minnows a look. That is on sale today. Regular price $4.49, on sale right now for $2.69. Not going to find a better price than that on a very, very high quality soft plastic swim bait. And now for the big one today. We always try and throw in a real good deal on rods or reels or something like that with our live shopping. Today is no different. We have the Fluger Supreme XT 30X. This is a 3,000 size Fluger spinning reel. Everyone knows the Fluger Supreme line is a great workhorse spinning reel, very reliable, smooth drag on these deals. Great spinning reel, holds a bunch of line. Regular price, $169.95. You can get them right now through TRS Live Shopping for $103.33. About $100 on the Fluger Supreme XT30X. Great price on a very good spinning reel. Like I said, high quality. These suckers, you buy them once and it'll last you a lifetime if you take care of them. So give that deal a look. If you're trying to get at any of these deals, all of these deals, you can get them online. You can get them in store. You can do online for in-store pickup. That's a very popular option for you people who are watching locally. You can head to thereelshot.com. When you get to the homepage, there'll be a banner up across the top with all of the different categories. Click on the staff picks category. Under that, you will see a tab for TRS Real Deals. And these deals are most certainly real. Click on that, and that is where you will find all of the TRS live shopping deals for this head-to-head walleye event. All these great products are all at a super steep discount right now. We've tried to stick around kind of that 30 to 50% off on all this stuff, and man, there's no better time to load the boat. It's springtime. You're looking to add some tackle to the tackle box. Now is the time to buy, and these are some great deals to do it on. So flicker shads, twitching jigs, swim baits, and a spinning reel. What more could you need? You're set up to go fishing tomorrow if you shop these TRS live shopping deals. We appreciate you guys. This is the best way to support head-to-head right here. Support our sponsors and head over to the Real Shot, cash in on these live shopping deals. We are going to take a word from our sponsors, and then we are getting back out on the water for the fourth quarter of action here in Head-to-Head Walleye League event number 2.
W7's got it right. Covering girls' high school sports all the time. 100% free, 100% live. W7 for the girls.
Quinn and Tracker here from Sportamotive in Appleton.
Shopping for your next watercraft is easy as Sportamotive, your trusted partner.
With Tracker's no hassle, no haggle pricing program, you'll get your best deal this spring.
For over 40 years, Sportamotive has been your authorized Tracker boat dealer.
With our award-winning service department and winner of the Mercury CSI Award for over 14 years in a row. Sportamotive in Appleton, your authorized Nitro and Tracker boat dealer.
Back to the action for the fourth and final period of our second H2H event of the year on windy Winnebago. Sean Graham's trying to fight the wind out there, get a little bit of a reef bite dialed in. Pitching some jigs and crawlers. Taking a few shots over the bow here. See if Sean can pull a rabbit out of the hat. He managed to pull that really nice quality fish in the clutch.
Yeah.
In the first event and sneak by with a win. Looks like he's fishing real close to, that's Mitch and Kurt.
Yeah,
there, I believe,
and they're on a decent little bite right now, so they're around some fish. Still very manageable for these guys too. It's one nice fish away from taking the lead in this match. By no means out of it. They're in it though. They are in the teeth of that Winnebago wind.
A little bit more white when you're looking off into the horizon now. You see more caps. It's definitely not laying down out there.
No. I can tell you where it is not windy, and that's right here in the studio. And we are joined with Mr. Sportomotive once again, talking a little bit about what they got going on. BJ, how you doing?
Hey, not too bad. How are you guys?
Doing good. Seeing some rather typical Lake Winnebago action today.
Add a little wind into it, and makes it perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been a grind so far, but that's, I can't say it wasn't expected.
Right. I mean, that seems to be a Winnebago common thing.
Well, until you get to that, like I said earlier, until you get to that period of that end of May, beginning of June, usually she's a little bit of a kind of bipolar out there.
Absolutely. But with that being said, not one of these teams is out of it yet either.
Right. Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about this format here is no one is out of it at all. Watching the team right now.
Fish.
Hooked up.
Steve, right at the boat just about there?
Good one, good one.
Smokes, right at the
Barely
boat,
hooked.
dandy.
Just on the stinger.
Hey.
Good job. 10 feet from the boat.
I was going to say, he was like lifting up right at the boat. Oh, that's exciting.
That was cool.
I had a big one following me, too. I didn't want to put it down.
I literally just dropped it in his face. Zeros. Oh, gotta restart it.
Gotta be challenging for the biggest fish of the day so far. These two did not skip a beat. Picked up right where they left off in event number 1.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
3?
Not quite. 212.
212.
Very nice quality.
I guess that'll do.
That'll do. Yeah. Little leech under his lip. A leech stuck to his lip, bottom lip.
Huh?
212.
Get an extra quarter of an ounce that way.
What's that?
Get an extra.
Boy, that one right there jumps
10
him up.
pounds, 7 ounces, Eric.
Puts him up to 10-7, and that kind of puts the stranglehold on Miller and Solberg.
Yeah, they're in trouble. They're in trouble.
Not to say that you couldn't catch 10 pounds, 7 ounces. That's not crazy insurmountable, but man, and less than an hour left, and as tough as we've seen it with these guys, you could put 2 or 3 teams together at this point and still not be at that 10-7 mark. So
yeah, and the biggest problem is even bigger than that is that these guys are dialed right now.
Yeah,
you heard Eric say he had a big one following him up too, and they're real close to just blowing this thing wide open.
Yeah.
We're just falling off the list. We go back up.
I got another one right here.
Okay, never mind.
Got 2 of them right here.
Interesting, they got poles both sides on the back of the boat.
Short.
2 shuttles.
He's gonna chase it though. There's another one out there too. Out in front of you.
Yep.
See him at 80 out. Probably 70 for you. I don't know, are those sheephead?
I don't know, they're not chasing.
I like that one at 60 though. He's in front of you though. You must have just missed him.
Yeah, those two spooked like sheephead do.
These two are just dialed right in.
Right next to that one. He went down, I think. Oh, he ain't moving. Oh, maybe.
Well, what's new at Sporto? I know we talked last week during the bass event, but you got to be licking your chops like we just talked about. It's every weekend from here till the end of the summer pretty much with tournaments around here. So you guys get busy this time of year.
We are picking up a little bit. You know, the decent weather this last weekend definitely helps. You know, service-wise, you know, guys still doing accessory stuff. We were talking at the store today that each one of these events that we're at in studio here, we're going to offer some sort of promotion for the rest of the week.
Okay.
So
yeah,
you know, this week we're going to do 10% off all in-stock trolling motors.
Nice.
For the rest of the week here. So through Saturday, we're open till noon. We're going to offer that up.
Good deal.
For anybody, just mention that you heard us on the H2H, and we'll get you 10% off anything in stock for trolling motors, including if we have a takeoff that you're looking at. So if there's a brand new trolling motor, we just took it off of a boat because the guy wanted something different. So.
Good deal. Any idea what you guys have in stock currently if guys are looking to upgrade their trolling motor and get in on that sweet discount?
I know we've got a couple different things.
Really quick.
I didn't bring the list with me. I probably should have, but
by the time we get there and restart fishing,
we do have some power drives, Minn Kotas in stock as takeoffs. Some edge stuff for the bass guys.
Yep.
Like we're comfortable, but we're not comfortable. I'm not comfortable. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I mean, like the way it looks, we're sitting comfortable.
We got a pretty good mixed bag of different things.
Yeah.
If you're looking for something, give us a call or stop in, and we can see what we got for what you're looking for.
Get you hooked up.
Yep.
Oh,
Heck yeah.
Oh, the pop. It hit it on the pop.
That new Ultrex Quest is a beast, man. That thing is a machine.
That it is. I ran one of those last year and was very impressed with it.
Yeah, this is a struggle.
Little
this is
heavier
Winnebago for you.
than the standard, the older
last couple days,
Ultrex,
multiple
but
different areas
boy, they built it
Today,
to be
the water's way dirtier,
freaking
the temperatures
bulletproof.
dropped. The wind's obviously blowing
year I'm
like
running a
heck,
new
so we
Garmin
can't slip
Kraken.
bobber.
Yep.
We can't live scope with a jig and a crawler. We're kind of just limited to the few other
pretty nice
bites we
trolling
knew
motor
and that
as
we
well.
caught them on. And yeah, it's a struggle.
You hooked up.
What was
On
that?
my life jacket there. I mean, if you guys
Nice
can
thing
see
is
the
you can
live
run
scope
that
back
live
here,
scope
I don't know how well
transducer
it's
through
gonna
the shaft,
pan
and
out.
you don't have to worry about getting
You can
tangled
see they're
up,
loaded
and you
up
got that
top
longer
here.
shaft for when
It's
you are
just
out on
a matter of getting them to go.
days
and they
like
just
today
have
out
them
on
out.
Winnebago.
All three
where
spots we've been
you're
on
in some
now
rough
have been
water,
loaded
it's
up
not
on top,
popping
but
out
they're
of the
just not
water
biting on any
easily.
of them.
Well, these two that we were watching here were well on pace to head into your shop there to get a new trolling motor.
Even
They
the sheep's head, the lovely
were way
sheep's
up on
head,
top
are
of
not
one of
no
them
better.
one of them humps, and they were bouncing up front and on the back off the bottom. That
Just
was very
grinding.
interesting.
Just love tapping that skag a little
That's
bit.
right. It lets you know it's down there. Lets you know it's working.
Right?
We have had some excitement with waves
Keep
coming
hitting
over
it on the
bow.
bottom of the rock.
Yes, we have.
So
We'll have a trolling
Kyle
motor for
is
them.
getting the
Say,
instant
we'll
replay.
fix you
Yeah,
up.
right. We've had some big ones come in the boat, but just not the very big ones.
Big waves, not big fish. Our most consecutive bite has really come on plastics, paddle tails. Pitching them, slow rolling.
Drift casting, but
Drift
it's way
casting.
too rough to drift cast.
Yeah, we're just going too fast and can't keep up to our baits.
Yeah, there's no way it's even worth trying to drift cast. We kind of closed that one out pretty quick this morning. We kind of knew that it was going to be a spot locking game today with how rough it is. Okay, do we pull one last little curveball and hit one other spot? But it's like, where? Where, buddy? Where?
I don't know. I don't know. We got 40 minutes though. Oh.
We do. 40 minutes is a lot of time. To either these fish start biting or fish somewhere starts biting.
Yeah, the guys at the shop just sent me a list of what we got. So
Like cool.
We do have some Quests there, Tarovas, Ultrexes. We do have some Alteras sitting there. So we've got a few.
We only got one
different
portable
options.
and a couple
What you're looking for.
It just doesn't do it.
And a couple of the shorter shafts
Need
for the
some
bass
kind of
boats if
Hail
anybody
Mary
out there's one of those bass fishermen watching.
Yeah, one of them darn bass fishermen. I tell you what though, if you're not doing the tournament stuff and you're just looking for something to strap on the front and not worry about ever, that edge is freaking bulletproof, man.
Oh, yeah.
You put that on the front of an aluminum boat or whatever, you're fishing Winnebago system further up any of them rivers, and you just put that thing on and put it to work, and it does not budge.
Right, phenomenal for John boats.
Fish. Yeah.
You know what you're
Fish
using up in
on.
the rivers.
Oh boy.
I think it's the sheephead. No.
Right species.
Nope.
Good one too.
Oh, it is another nice one. Wow.
Good job, buddy.
That thing flew like 5 feet off bottom port.
I think he wanted it.
Yeah.
You knew it coming into the season. These two are going to be a handful this year.
Their fish are just fired up right now. The chartreuse.
Had one
plastic
chasing
and
me right off the
chartreuse
side of the
rod.
boat again on this side.
Yeah, it's crazy. We've seen so many guys fishing with bait today that our biggest weight of the day has come, I believe, all on artificial. Between a fluke style and a paddle tail.
$111.
111.
111.
Pretty good quality fish.
Absolutely.
Putting it out of reach for those guys right
Good
now.
one.
Dad and Cody still sitting on nothing.
Yeah, that's going to make it tough. I mean, we're about 40 minutes, 40 minutes left here. That's going to really make it tough for Ted and Cody to climb back in it, even if they did get on some fish.
For sure.
12-2 we got.
Yep.
Lucky my rod didn't go out.
Fish.
All right.
Definitely
That was a good
smelling
one.
blood in the water.
Absolutely.
My bait was hung on the bottom. Good thing my bail was open. Only had 100 yards line out.
I think Eric's
That would have
got
been
that.
fish.
Uh-oh.
Fish.
Right there.
There.
They got her dialed in.
Yeah, they do.
In the net.
I think that one will score too.
In the net and in the mouth.
In the mouth.
I was trying to say that would have been 2 tournaments in a row that lost a rod out the boat. Perfect.
All right.
Pretty good look at that
That one just
plastic
got
right
done
there.
spawning.
I'm trying to catch one while you're still measuring.
Zeros.
Fish.
1-5. 1-5. Over the rail.
It's a good. That was a good one too.
Shoot.
Coming on strong now. 1-5.
I missed one and then I had that one on. Just while you were measuring or weighing.
13-7 on the day for McCoy and Lobs.
Yeah, that's not a bad weight for Winnebago anytime.
Not at all.
Oh my gosh. There's some big ones right there.
I know.
They're all over the place.
Yep.
Kind of hitting that magic bite window for these guys where these fish are starting to chew a little
Fish. Nope. Was a fish.
Oh man, I pulled away from 2 of them. Not your own.
That's fine. What's that? That'd be perfect.
Looks to me like Eric's got that force on the front of his boat. That is a sweet deal too. You very rarely see deals on troll motors, so 10% off.
Yep. As long as we got it in stock, we'll get you that price.
Yeah, good deal.
And if you need it installed, we can get that wrapped up for you too.
I got this one. I got it.
Did you just boat flip what you said not to do?
Did he fumble that?
It was under.
I don't think so.
Oh, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, Eric.
Yeah.
That could have been a pound.
Fumblerooski.
Yeah.
That doesn't count as a over
I really
the
hope that
gunwale
was live.
because
That
it
was
got
pretty
off.
good.
Correct.
There's like 30 of them right there,
Never
Steve.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch right here too.
There's like 30. I want to go.
Yeah,
That was
I was
perfect.
gonna say.
There's nothing more frustrating.
I'm
than watching them catch
95%
fish.
certain
Yeah,
that was not
exactly.
1 pounder.
Well, he's got like a ringworm.
Well, it does,
Yeah.
but-
You could probably
they're all
shorten her
over
up
the place
for a
up there
twister
right now.
tail or
Yeah.
put a piece of worm on and get one every cast.
Right.
I'm really not
don't
even
think he
casting
cares
on them
right now.
anymore. I'm throwing
I
out
think
and
they're
just
looking for the better fish
popping it as it comes.
in that school.
Oh, I lost my tail. Steve, I'm throwing me that package of them, or I can come get it.
Should get a pretty decent look at what Eric's using.
Thanks.
Crush City. Maybe a chartreuse and white mooch minnow?
Oh, mooch minnow, I was going to say probably.
I'm only looking for the 2 pounders.
That mooch is a sweet little bait. Boy, it's been a while since we jumped in the boat with these two. John Derleen, Barry Ochoa, Brody Barry Ochoa.
Grinding it out at the mouth of the river.
Still camped.
Did you set the hook this time, or we're gonna lose this one, Jimmy? The right one?
Yep.
These guys still sitting.
Hopefully it's a
They've been
pound.
steady.
1 or 2 fish behind
Just
the mooch.
steady, right?
And after a strong start, the mooches have kind of left the door open for these two, but that mouth of the river bite has slowed for
Tell
pretty
me what
much
we're
everybody.
down to.
Not much after this one if it's scoreable,
No.
right?
No, if this one goes a pound, which that's a big if.
Half an hour to go.
I think we're going to be just short on this one.
11 ounces. Got to be a pound, right? Yep.
$11 ounces on that one.
Enter as a non-scoreable. Wood. Yeah, he's got it.
Hey, reel them in. Let's go up. Probably gonna be
2
our.
pounds, 10 ounces.
Huh?
We're down 210.
That was game face from Brody right there.
Gold. I could go any moment.
A little less game face here with Klaus and Ackley.
Exercise.
They're having a good
Right,
time.
they're leading right now.
Yeah,
Start eating right. Start eating right.
right.
I've
Holding
been
a
on a
12-ounce
thing all
lead
day. I'm going to drink
over
the
Joe
liquid
Okada.
stuff. You know. It's fish.
Hooked up.
all crucial right now if this is a keeper.
Yes, it is.
Fish.
Fish. Fish. Atta boy.
Fish.
Now we're gonna need the old extendo handle.
Better get it done.
Here we go.
Yeah, you're not up by much. Every fish counts.
Yeah. No, not another 14 ouncer.
That'll probably go a pound.
I think that one will
And
actually
he's
go.
off. Love it.
At least he chose to do it in here.
Exactly. How'd this scale get all wet? Kyle, I hope these were waterproof. 0.
Hang it.
Come here, little feller. You better go a pound. I think it'll be just over.
Think heavy.
I think it's going to be close.
It's going to be right there. Have one go their way. They've had so many in that 10 to 12 ounce range today.
1-1.
Oh yeah. See if we can get her to lock in.
Says. That's good.
Wait a minute. Something must have happened here.
Yeah, it's not that big.
No, I don't have the little bubble.
Oh.
Everyone battling these waves.
Where is the other one? Right here. The little bubble isn't showing up. All right. 0. Let's see what happens. Or maybe the little bubble doesn't. I don't know. I'm not getting the little level thing, but.
I don't even. I think I just got bit off by something really big. Wow.
Is he doing this just to be a little more dramatic for
Yeah, exactly.
It's between 1, 2, and 1, 3.
All day.
Yep.
These scales to lock in these big waves.
1, 3.
1, 3.
1, 3.
Perfect.
Yup.
1, 3.
Today, that is a big one.
Yeah, another 1 pounder.
Yeah.
Could have lunch today. Nice little short lunch.
Yeah.
Crazy to say that a 1-3 might be locking down this match.
1, 3.
All right, I'm gonna do.
That was another jigging a crawler fish. We're just dragging this real slow. I mean, kind of hopping it lightly, but I'm not really working it much. Just dragging it, lift up through this rocks. This is a big underwater point on a reef, and the wind is blowing right in here right now. So that's why everybody's kind of piled up here. But we're on the very tip of it. There's some rock behind us, which Nick has proven is there. So
multiple times.
So that's all we're doing is dragging a crawler up this. Anytime the wind blows on Winnebago, hit the reefs.
They are going to have
One of the guys that taught me something about fishing Winnebago years ago always told me, if it's windy, go fish the rocks. If it's not, go troll.
Well, it's windy.
That's the playbook.
It's windy,
right
all
there.
right. 1 pound.
Solid advice.
3
Yep.
ounce.
But check the river too and make sure it's not going.
Yeah.
So you don't get buried.
All right.
There's enough current right
Get
now.
another one. Come on, Nick.
I'm trying.
I got faith.
Holding a lot more fish.
I have faith
than
in
what
you.
It is.
I know, we were talking about it
That one hit way out there, by
in
the
the
way.
first couple hours.
The
We
last
were
one
really
was-
surprised to not see anyone in that 41 bridge
yeah, it
area.
was-
That's typically a really
I mean, I only hopped it a
consistent
couple
area to
times
at
and it
least
was
put
on
some
out there.
fish on the board.
Yeah.
The other one was right
Check
next
it
to the
out,
boat,
yeah.
but that one was way out there.
Hey man, you're the hot hand. Just keep hot handing it.
It's always a very consistent spot in any tournament. It seems
You
like
heard,
around
like
on
Jason and I
Winnebago.
only those once.
Yeah.
Well, that was when Winnebago first went to 3 fish.
Yep.
One of my other tournament partners I fished some stuff with, and they were really adamant about, if one guy gets his 3, you're supposed to stop fishing that first. They're really tight with that whole thing. And so first day was pretty evenly split. We had some nice fish jigging, and the lost our wind, but going out in the morning, he told Jason likes to take naps while we're fishing. He likes to troll so he can nap. He's like, Today the goal is get my 3 fish first so I can nap, he told me. Like, well, that's a crock. So what the heck is that?
I don't know. That sounds like a pretty
right?
goal.
And he did my butt. Yeah.
Solid plan.
Yeah.
I don't even think we ended up with 5 fish on day 2 because I just couldn't put it together. I think I had a couple small ones. Yeah, he had 3 pretty quick in the morning. And
yeah, absolutely it does.
By like 10 o'clock, he was ready to take a nap. I'm like, that's crock. You can't nap.
Tunes.
There's no napping.
Music, absolutely.
Napping
all the above.
fishing.
Just laying back, relax.
That's his favorite spot of the boat, is right up there on the front deck.
I believe I've seen a picture.
Yes, there's been several pictures of him napping up there. He used to bug Chris Mettinger. Used to be like, "What is he napping again in the boat?" He come by us. Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
2, 3 boards going
Quiet
at
down.
once.
If I get a fish on, I'll let him know. I don't need to.
Hey,
We're trolling today. He gets up if we get a fish on.
for snacking and napping.
If we get a fish on.
Speaking of trolling, you guys do
have a
much in
tenuous
the
lead, Nick.
accessory
Come on.
game on that front?
Tenuous.
We
It's
do.
Winnebago.
We
Anything
do.
can happen.
A bunch of different options.
Joe could pop a 3.5 pounder and
I
just
know.
like
Rock
that.
trees
I
and
like that
stuff.
Joe guy, but I'd really like to beat him too.
Cisco.
I love Joe.
Trax Tack.
One of my all-time favorite guys.
Scotty's, Fish on. Trying to think what other ones that we've got, but we've got a bunch of different ones there. So depending on what style you're looking for, we have that all in stock. Track mounts, rail mounts, side mounts. So.
Yeah, and if you're just looking to get it set up for the first time, not super familiar with it, it's great to come into a place with you guys. You guys got a lot of people. A lot of your staff is fishermen, and they'll be able to point you in the right direction to kind of match your style.
Exactly. You know, that's why we like to have different options of things, because what one guy really likes, the next guy doesn't, and wants something different. So, and to be able to set you up the right way and how you want to use it versus how, someone else says to use it. It's kind of a nice customization for your own boat.
Absolutely.
Watching Joe here, frantically trying to get it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's
just shy of 2 pounds in the hole here. Not bad at all. Just needs to get something going. Just seems to not be able to get these fish to fire.
Yeah.
He's been looking at them for the first 3 periods, and
he must be interacting with a pretty good bit of fish too, because he's really stayed put in this
he
area.
has not really went anywhere. So.
This is the second event in a row where Joe was kind of off doing his own deal. We had clusters of boats doing certain things in event 1 and here today, and Joe is certainly off doing his own deal. And so far in the first 2, it hasn't exactly paid off for him. That being said, he's only down 115, and we've seen multiple fish today over that mark. So 1 fish, and that would strip the lead from Clausen Ackley.
Yeah, he needs to catch a 2-pounder, and he has about
a little over 20 minutes to do it.
23 minutes to get her done.
Sometimes being away from the crowd, that's where you're going to get the bigger ones.
We will see at some point this season Joe Okada get off on his own deal and really put a hurting on him, but so far in these first 2, it's been a very slow burn for Joe Okada.
I think a lot of these guys played the odds, just played tendencies for Winnebago. There's so many fish in Poygan this time of year, but Poygan can be so fickle, when you get kind of 2 nice days and a frontal day. I mean, I feel like the water bumped the last 2 days to the good, which should help it. I feel like you probably could catch them out there trolling, but it is a gamble, and if they don't go, then you're looking at running no wake, and you're in half a day, like half of a normal tournament day, that 4-hour period. Really makes you think about running that, especially if you would have to go through Winneconne as well.
Right.
So most people opted not to go that route.
And there's a lot of non-targeted species up in the upper lakes right now. There are a pile of northern pike up there.
Really?
Sure.
Yeah.
Joe's
I'm not
been
even sure how many I caught of those last weekend up there.
Really?
It was just one after another.
Huh.
So
Joe seems content though, just like he's on enough fish to make it happen. He's just trying to find some biters or get these ones to shake loose a little bit.
He's a flatliner too. You never see him get too high or too low. He will definitely be in this match mentally, physically on the scoreboard right up until the end. Another one here that multiple matches right now.
The door's open, right?
Wide open.
I mean, the door is wide open for Sean and his daughter, Riley.
And they're around fish. I think they're the third boat in this 3-boat cluster where we're seeing Mitch, Don, Bob, and Doc there. And then Sean and Riley all on this one rock point out on the main lake. They're around fish. It's just going to be a matter of making literally one nice one go. Didn't figure we'd see a 5-pounder today, but I figured we might see a 4-pounder. And one 4-pounder for Sean and Riley would certainly turn the tides. They had a big fish that put them over the top in event 1.
Yeah, they're definitely in the hunt yet, right down to the bitter end.
A lot of these fish are healthy fish too, so
yeah.
I mean, even the shorter ones are weighing a good weight yet. So.
Mm-hmm. Give a shout out to all of our sponsors one more time. Real Shot, Ye Old Goat, Cast Again Tackle. Sportamotive, obviously, Cedar Lake Sales, Comparian Insurance, Fox River Marine, and Van Ert Remodeling. We got someone to suit your needs for just about everything, including Mr. Sportamotive himself. Service, new, used, trolling motors, 10% off right now. Mention Head2Head.
Yeah.
Electronics, we talked a lot in the first event about getting you set up on the electronic stuff.
Yep.
And also our guide directory. Mr. Alec Nickel has the lead right now in his match. I know that he was not exactly super thrilled with the scheduling of this one because, man, he has been absolutely hammering some big Door County smallmouth. He's got openings on that stuff. Some spring walleye fishing yet to be done. The Bago bite we're seeing. We're kind of a little ahead of it here, but Alec will certainly put you on that. And then salmon and trout will be here before we know it. Get on the website there, give him a call. Find him on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube to keep up with his ventures with Die Hard Angling. And then Bob Kloss just took the lead in their match, Fin Fanatic Fishing Charters. Once again, he's been hammering all spring. Bob spends a ton of time on the water. And both of these guys, like we talked about earlier, very good at teaching what they're doing. They want it to be an educational experience. If you just want to go whack them, they'll do that too. But really, the best opportunity to become a better angler is to get out with either Fin Fanatic or Die Hard and really get to learn the ins and outs of all of these techniques that these guys are using. You can find both of them. Their websites, social media, all out there. Fin Fanatic Fishing Charters and Die Hard Angling. Give them a look. I think Riley's waiting for a cork to go under.
Yeah, it's always nice going out with some of those guys because they may teach you something that, you were doing just a tad different.
Right.
And it makes all the difference in the world trying to catch that walleye. So
that is exactly what we were talking about before you came in, how much of the learning curve you can really cut off with a quality guide.
Oh, for sure.
Uh-oh.
Down. Oh, this looks short.
Very short.
Took that long.
Good to see him catch a target species, though. For sure.
This may be the smallest stink of the day.
Push the middle button and should turn on. There we go. All right, zeros.
Not gonna make it, just shy.
Double right. Call it.
Ten ounces.
10 ounces? Is that right? Lock?
It keeps like moving.
Oh, I gotta lock it here.
We're trying. It's hard with the waves.
They just leave us in suspense. And then it's here.
It's making for better TV this way.
That is true.
What do I do, Judge?
Your call.
You good with this or no?
Yep.
Okay. Blow the gun off.
10
What was
ounces.
it? Point?
What's that?
Going point 10 or 10 ounces?
10 ounces.
I think that's fair.
Yeah,
Good
I
job.
would agree. Once again, tough to get these scales to lock in the
ounces,
waves.
Riley.
We've seen that situation like 3 times today.
Yeah.
It's all different boats, so no trouble.
These are
Everybody's doing the best they can.
quality scales, best money can buy, so.
It's the beauty of having it all on camera.
Right. No question about it. They need a 1:13
11 way it's
to
coming.
take the lead.
15 minutes, just get a keeper. And
Yep.
a lot of these matches are within reach.
I was going to say, we have at least 3 that are right there within reach. Door is open. Either team could swoop in and steal them. Not this one, though. Boy, has it been a tough day for Miller and Solberg. And McCoy and Lobb started a little slow, but this is what we've watched for the last 30 or 40 minutes here. Eric McCoy and Steve Lobbs putting on a show.
Maybe?
Maybe.
I got it. Maybe.
Fish.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, this one's gonna make it.
Yep. I think this one's gonna be a little too small.
1 pound even.
Perfect.
1 even on that
Let
one.
me see how compared to this one. I don't think this one's even worth weighing.
See
Hey,
that fin
whoa,
gear
wait,
mount there that
1
you
pound
use,
even.
We are now a dealer for fin gear. So
Oh, really?
we get all that stuff now too. So
Nice. Very nice.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, them shuttles on the back are really nice, especially if you get in some of these windy situations on Bago, being able to spot lock up front.
Spot lock, use it in the back.
Yeah,
You know, all of a sudden you go on your buddy's boat, you can slide it in and
right.
start going that way too. Very versatile.
Give us
that way.
15.
Mm-hmm.
You get it?
It's not locking. 14 ounces.
What do we have for our highest?
I think you had a 14.
We have a 14 ounce?
14 ouncer.
Okay. So do I have to record a 1 on it then?
Yeah, just a 1 ounce.
A 1 pounder that goes to the bottom line, giving them 14.7.
You should be able to see on there if we had
and another dink that adds to their total species cost.
Pretty sure it was a 14 that we had though.
Oh, we had a 13 ounce.
13?
Oh well. Now it's a 1 ounce fit.
These guys did a great job of just staying with a school of
added
fish.
a 1 ouncer.
And, waiting out that bite window. And once these things turned on, they've really
We're at
taken advantage of
14.7, I think it is there.
Yep.
Both catching fish. Yeah. Obviously, Eric's been hot, but Steve put some dandies in the boat from the back there. Good look at their setup with dual poles down, dual shuttles.
Yeah, you can install that track on the front and the back and move that thing around if you want with that.
As long as your gunnel's wide enough, you can slide that around. And we're definitely doing a lot more boats too with the dual power poles. So you can drift around.
Yep.
keeps a lot of control under your boat.
Yeah, those paddles are really nice, especially if you're trying to work an area like these guys are. First look at a team riding in a Sportomotive Nitro, and unfortunately it is a very different day for these two than it was in Event 1.
I just got to be able to read the...
Down 14-7. McCoy and Lobs.
Yeah, I think they're a little too far out of it now.
I would agree, and it did not go down without a fight. They've been making a lot of moves. We haven't spent a ton of time with them today, but they have been moving around a pretty good bit.
Sure.
Just have not landed on them.
Even in the front half of this deal, I saw them, they had boards out for a while. They did make a trolling pass. Yeah, where they are, it is cooking.
It is gassing. No doubt about it, it is gassing where they are at.
How deep is that? We're at 6?
Where?
Right now?
Yeah.
Feel a seam sucking everything left.
I can feel that too.
Right?
Yeah. Pulling hard.
Yeah. Like that's kind of nuts.
This is probably the only match that's out of reach right now.
Yeah, without a doubt.
This guy's launched.
It seems right behind the boat is more than off to the
One of
right.
those things, if those fish don't go, boy, it's hard to run.
Yeah,
Not a lot of stuff. You have a couple of reefs out in front. After that, it's a long boat ride to get to anything else.
Especially given the wind direction today. That is a rough ride.
Any much of that, it's a half a day tournament, really. I mean,
Right.
4 hours. That makes a huge difference trying to, if you're going to move somewhere, you got to make that decision fast.
Yeah. And we talk about decision making, you look at a team like the Katowskis that seem like they've really locked into one game plan. And aside from that first fish right off the bat, have not had much great stuff to show for it. Not making many decisions at all. It can certainly cost you in this format, but watching what Ted and Cody have done, it certainly can hurt you too to make too many decisions.
Right.
If you spend more time running around, if you spend 45 minutes of your 4-hour day moving between places, it's a lot of time. That's almost a quarter of your day where you're not having a line in the water.
Right. It's pretty hard to catch a fish at 60 miles an hour.
Correct.
So.
Correct. These are our two matchups here, certainly within reach. The other one worth noting is the Derlene Barry Ochoa versus the Mootzes match. That one separated by one good one or 2 scorables, 2 1-pounders, but these ones both within a pound of each other.
Yep, Sean Graham's down a little bit, one fish, and Joe's down 1 fish. Right down to the wire. About 6 minutes left, 6, 7 minutes, and we'll see if these guys can pull out a buzzer beater.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess they won't last more than 4 hours anyway.
It's supposed to warm up a little tomorrow, though, ain't it?
Yeah. I just hope for his sake we can make it happen.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, right now, 17 miles an hour northeast, gust to 27. So it has certainly gotten up like they said it was going to.
There's always that.
That's cooking
I
out
know
there.
Brandon will let me sign up late. There is the temptation.
Always a good walleye chop.
Load Kenzie in the boat on
Absolutely it
Saturday.
is.
Saturday or Sunday? Saturday.
Sunday's Mother's Day.
You know, it seemed like
There's the
Alec
temptation.
Nickel and Damon Golke were going to get something going
Yeah.
there. They caught a couple, a short and a nice keeper back-to-back once they made an adjustment. They just never really got it to fire up.
Trolling motor let go for a second.
I was going to say, I feel like we're moving. We're getting closer to that rock that's got all my jig heads in it.
Yeah. I re-anchored us.
Kurt and
First time it's let go in
Mitch
a while, though.
also kind of had that hot third period.
Yeah.
3 real quick, boom, boom, boom in the boards, and their bite tapered off a little bit. The only one really that just kept it trucking in the second half was Eric McCoy and Steve Labs, and it looks like they put another scoreable on the
Just
card.
added another 1-4 to the board.
Nick.
5 minutes.
That is a strong total for today on Lake Winnebago.
They had a slow start just like everybody else.
Got it, buddy.
Found that bite and just slammed the door shut.
Yeah, they did. Up to 15-11 on the day.
Is it really?
Doesn't sound like a huge total, but looking at everyone else's totals on the day, this is going to help not only in the win column, but also in that season total weight.
Right, and they're already leading
sure
that.
flies
They've had
when you're
that a little
having
bit
fun.
more.
Right.
15-11 on Winnebago with a northeast blow, you know, on a tougher bite day is not a bad bag at all.
Not bad. Now, I will ask you two, because I am by no means the expert, but we have mid-70s up into the 80s over the weekend, and then for
Maybe we
next
should stay
Wednesday,
where
we
we
are
were.
sitting
At
at
least I was
78 degrees for a high
Getting a
and
little
a
action
10 to
every
15 mile an hour
few minutes of
southeast wind.
something.
Uh-oh. Nickel and Golke looking to slam the door.
It's going to be close.
Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
They had time.
They got time.
We got it in time, so we're okay.
Yeah, you're fine, you guys. You're good.
We got 4 minutes to spare. Maybe you start pitching that thing for the last couple minutes. Just reeling fast and just slow little twitches. Zeros?
This is a scoreable, pretty much the dagger.
Yeah, I would call it the dagger for sure if it goes over a pound.
Come on, be over that pound. Let's go.
A few minutes left for your
Yes! Yes!
TRS live shopping.
Bouncing from 1 to 1-1.
Dude, another one, another one, another one.
Oh, boy.
Here we go.
There's the bite window, baby.
Okay.
Fireworks in the last 3 minutes
from
here.
1 to 1-1. Keep going.
You didn't get that to lock in
Sheep
yet?
set on a crankbait.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Okay.
Boo.
All right.
1 pound, 1 ounce? Or 1 pound? You want to go again? You're even getting 1-2 a couple times, but 1-1. Okay. Okay. Not gonna level. 1-1.
1-1 on that
going
one.
back. Right at
More
the last
or
minute,
less
and then he catches
slamming
the sheep
the
set on my
door.
bait.
It's always nice to
what we
see a
wanted.
buzzer beater.
Yeah,
Dude, we got 2
absolutely.
minutes. Get a bait
2
out
minutes.
there.
Give me that crankbait.
It's never
All right,
been
there it
harder
is.
to catch
Get
one.
it out there.
No, exactly
That's
right.
that bite window, and it's coming with 2 minutes left. Come on. Come on.
Boys are fired up, as they should be.
You get that entry in your phone? That's it?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Just a reminder, as we wind
it?
down competition here with Nickel and Golke,
Okay.
we are right
Well, we're done
back
for
out
the
on
day.
Lake Winnebago in
All right.
exactly
Well, that calls it a
7
wrap.
days.
Okay,
Walleye League
perfect. I
event
can
number
still
3,
enter that.
back-to-back on Bago, the grinder stretch,
They
as
kicked
we've
me out the
proven
half
here
anyway,
today.
so by the time I entered in, I wasn't going to be able to possibly fish
We'll see
anymore.
what kind of deals we're going to have for you next
Yeah,
week.
absolutely. Be sure,
New catch.
if you're in the
That's that
market
whole
for a new
process.
trolling motor, head on over to Sportomotive. Let them know that you heard about the 10% off trolling motor deal on Head2Head Fishing,
Just
and they
not
will
me.
get you hooked up with all
Okay, and as soon
in-stock
as
trolling
I did
motors.
it,
All
then
in
both
stock
of us have to pull off for
motors,
2 minutes.
And
Correct?
takeoffs are on a good deal, too.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have rushed you.
Yeah, we saw those at a discount. And the brand
1
new
pound,
just
1
did-
ounce.
Well, look
came
at
on
that.
a stock
Look at
boat
that.
and the guy wanted to upgrade. So
Add another
That's what you're looking
10%
for
to
right
it.
there.
That'll be
Yeah.
that is a
They loaded up
slamming
with
deal.
15 minutes to go, and they bite
They
window
haven't
right
bit.
there.
Now they want to bite.
I bet you give us a half hour, we
So-
got 20 pounds in the boat.
What am I supposed to do here? Am I not even able to pick that up, or if I just catch one, it don't
We're live. Hey, we're live.
All right. Well, we had to scramble around today for sure. We went to our first spot this morning. The water got really dirty. It was obviously rough, which we knew was coming, but we were hoping the water wouldn't get dirty that fast. Grinded out for, 30 minutes left. Went with game plan number 2, made a big run, got to some cleaner water, grinded out kind of what we pre-fished a few days ago instead of what I fished yesterday. And there's still some fish here. They're here. They just don't want to bite. I mean, everything we've found out, slip bobbers, jigging a crawler, just kind of out of the question today. We got one smaller one on a slip bobber and had to just throw plastic and crankbaits and adjust to what the weather gave us.
Well, we are lines out on event number 2 in the Walleye League. Alec and Damon fired up there, getting the W. First head-to-head fishing W for those guys. That's huge.
Yeah, they're
Get the
super
momentum
fired
rolling
up.
in the right direction.
Those guys are super fired up, and I mean, they're talking about that bite window. They kind of bent on those fish and just figured it out here at the end. Got a buzzer beater. It's always exciting to see
that was
one
awesome.
come in
Slamming the door right in the
end.
last couple
last
seconds.
5 minutes.
Yep.
I think they might have started their little deal a little early, because I think Alec actually casted before he entered that fish, so he took it as like a penalty and called it good.
Called her a
Good day for those guys. They got the win.
Yeah, absolutely. That was huge. Let's take a look at how them scores kind of shook out here, the Sportomotive scoreboard. We appreciate them for their support. The Mootses with that strong first and second period, 3:13 in the first, 2:15 in the second, 7:14 for a total. And once again, Darlene and Barry Ochoa stuck on the wrong side of a tight match that they thought that they would be in it right till the end. Double blanks again to end the day. They got to figure out how to turn it on in the second half, man. See it a lot in sports where teams can run up a good start in the first half and then fall apart in the second half. Darlene and Barry Ochoa got some work to do, now sitting at 0-2.
That match was really interesting. It seemed like that was our most exciting match all the way into the third period.
Yeah.
And then it just fizzled out. The trolling bite that Joel Moots and I believe Al Fisher in the boat with him, they seemed to be kind of dialing that in, and it just slowed down. It was more of a morning bite, and they never were able to reconnect with it. And, Barry Ochoa, they were our best boat in the mouth of the river. They kind of had the seam figured out. Never really hot and heavy. They stayed steady. Put 3 or 4 keepers in the
keepers
boat,
in the
a couple
boat.
Shorts. But on the wrong end of it again. They had, as you can see, they would have won a few matches today, but had one of our hotter teams.
Right. Absolutely. Looking at Miller and Solberg versus McCoy and Lobbs, we really thought that this was going to be a tight match right till the end, but Eric and Steve picked up right where they left off, and Ted and Cody are going to be scratching their heads after this one. A little frustrated after event 1 with some lost fish, and now this one. I'm not even sure if they boated a walleye today, which is a very, very uncharacteristically tough day for Miller and Solberg, and now they sit at 1-1. McCoy and Labs in the driver's seat, 2-0, strong season total weight at this point. 5-5 in the third period, 8-0 in the fourth period. That is impressive for a total of 15-11. Good work by those guys, and they really had it figured out the best out of anyone today.
Yeah, they had a slow start, but they made the right adjustments, and they just figured out stay on those fish, hit the bite window. Their bite window was later. And, Ted, it's very rare for us to not see Ted and Cody, on camera a lot.
Right.
They usually get this thing figured out. They were grinding today.
Yeah.
They were running around. They started all over. They fished around that northern part of the lake. And like I said, if you don't get those fish going there, it's hard to drive out of that area. And it just seems like those fish was one of those Bago days where they just didn't want to go.
Right, we're not going. Looking at Kloss and Ackley, picking up their first head-to-head win ever. A 1:14 in the third and a 1:3 in the fourth were enough to get it done over Joe Okada with just that 1-2 in the third hour. That is surprising in and of itself. And now Joe Okada, man, is sitting at that number 10 seed. That is unbelievable. That is not where I expected Joe Okada to be. Kloss and Ackley now sitting at 1-1. Turn their season around a little bit. A tough bite for both of those guys, but like we said, it's crazy that one of these teams is going to be at 0-2, and I am really shocked to see Joe Okada sitting down there with the worst season total weight and the worst record at this point.
Yeah, Joe's got some work cut out for him. He's kind of has that tendency to try to swing for the fences and set himself apart from the group a little bit. That can be, you know, high or low. You're going to either knock it out of the park or it could really crash and burn.
Right.
Today he crashed and burned a little bit, but I wouldn't, you know, don't count him out.
Yep,
he can turn his, if anybody can turn their season around fast and big, it would be Joe.
He would be a very scary number 7 seed if he were able to sneak in this playoff bracket.
Klaus and Ackley, they grounded out in the river. They just did just enough, did what they needed to do, and got a couple on the boat and got the win today.
Kurt and Mitchell, Don and Joe Durr there, 5-10 in the third hour, knocking off the defending champs, the Katowskis, who just had that 1-1, barely scoreable in the first hour right off the bat. Don and Yoder are on a heater, man. They are 2-0 now. They are sitting pretty in that number 2 spot right now with 5-10 today. And we're coming right back to what they would consider one of their home fisheries next week on Lake Winnebago once again. They were starting to get this bite dialed in. They caught some smaller fish in the morning, made some moves, and made the correct adjustments to get the win over the Katowskis. And then looking down at the Grahams and Nickel and Golke. The Grahams, 4 zeros on the board there. That is a tough draw. It's very difficult to win matches without a scoreable. Nickel Golke, a 1-12 in the third, and that 1-1 we saw to cap off the day for those guys. Good work for them. Got some time on camera, got the win, now sitting even. So are the Grahams, but down in that number 8 seed with one of the lower season total weights.
Yeah, it was good to see Nickel and Golke get some camera time. Obviously, they are both great fishermen. High energy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Made for some great viewing today. And
pumped right up.
They got a win very well needed.
Yes. Speaking of that Sportomotive match of the day right there, Ackley and Kloss defeating Joe Okada. Both these teams coming in after a loss in the first event, looking to right their ship. Fair to say that Kloss and Ackley did just that, putting 3-1 on the board, had that big fish of 114, just a solid fish, and this was exactly the match that we were talking about, where if it would have came down to that 0-0 tie, that 14-ouncer that Joe caught earlier would have been the difference maker, but unfortunately for Mr. Okada, that solo swinging for the fences game plan that he's been on has burned him twice now, and Kloss and Ackley sitting at 1-1.
Both those teams had a tough day, and I'm telling you right now, Bob, he's breathing a sigh of relief right now. That's just a good feeling to get through a Winnebago event for a Green Bay guy.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm not saying he's not a guy that can do some damage on Winnebago, but you know, all those guys that got through this today with a W and a tougher bite, they're you know, breathing a sigh of relief, regrouping, getting ready for a week from now. We're going to see a bunch of, I think, unseasonably warm temps.
Yes.
Water temps going to skyrocket. Boy, a lot of things could come into play. I'm excited thinking about it now. You know, we might even see some emerging regrowth way early.
Right.
Because that 80, you know, that's different. It's a different animal.
Absolutely, for sure. Well, as Nick mentioned, we are back right here 7 days from today for Walleye League event number 3. We're going to do it all over again right out here on the Winnebago system. Chances are the conditions are going to be different, and we are going to be looking at a different playing field, although it is exactly the same lake with exactly the same boundaries. Some of these teams, you look at like a Joe Okada, man, he is in a critical situation on a body of water that he does not consider himself very comfortable. And then you look at a team like Mitch Dawn and Kurt Joe Durr, or you look at a team like Eric McCoy and Steve Labs, who at this point after 2 events look unstoppable, man. We are in for a very interesting event next week. Tune in right here again on Fix TV, Facebook, and YouTube to watch Walleye League event number 3.
Thanks for joining today. I hope you enjoyed the show. Like I said, lots of knowledge being passed around out there. A lot of good things to look at with these boat setups. Lots of great deals. TRS live shopping. Great ideas for guides. Great ideas for buying your next boat.
Absolutely. We appreciate all of you guys for watching. We appreciate the sponsors. If you're in the market for anything that you see scrolling across the bottom of the screen there, send it over to those guys. They're the ones who support this programming, and let them know that Head to Head sent you. But until next Wednesday, we will catch you later. Thanks for watching.
See y'all next week.
We got one.
Good one. There you go. Yep, right there. Easy. Pretty cool.
Sorry, man. Gotta go around you.
Got him.
Double up.
Feel? Nice.
Don't feel really sheepy.
Don't say that. Don't go on. There we go. 2 over a pound. Okay. There we go. We're on the board.
All right.
That's what we needed. It's exactly.